Pew.
Rave. Rave.
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of the internet and of planet Earth, and parts some might call unknown. It is time for the show that we have all been waiting for. This intro is getting drug out a really long time.
A little bit.
We have a show today on this eve of Thanksgiving.
We indeed do.
We got stuff we got to talk about, namely one thing that is called The Game.
The Game.
Happening at noon on Saturday, November 25th, 7th. November 27th.
All right.
Hello. We're here.
Hi. Hello.
Jordan is here next to me. Kind of. 3 blocks
way or
away.
Right, yeah.
I am here on your screen.
Having the time of your life?
Yes. Yes, I am. We got stuff we got to talk about today. So let's get right on into it because we're getting a little late start because of obligations involving Thanksgiving. Maybe.
You know.
I don't know why Jordan. I know why I was late, and that's why I can't speak for Jordan. So
That was not the reason, but
Oh.
I was not home.
hey, but we're still here on a Wednesday, not
Right.
not Saturday at 11 o'clock at night.
I mean, I feel like doing a preview of Michigan Ohio State would be rather pointless after the game has happened.
That would be an awkward show.
Just a tad. And we actually get to do this show this year.
We did the show last year, kind of.
Well,
We
but
had a
we didn't-
show 2
We
days
didn't
before when it was supposed to happen. There.
Right, we didn't do this one because that game wasn't happening.
Thanks, COVID.
Yeah. Fucking Mother Rona.
So, before we get into the bulk of the show, we got some stupid people who said some stupid things on the internet because, well, yeah.
Common thing. That happens frequently.
How many do you have?
3.
I have 2, so I'll go first.
All right.
If you were okay with that.
That's fine.
Okay. So, my first one comes from Facebook from yesterday evening. From a man named Andrew. Here's the post he replied to.
Oh boy.
This was a post. The post that he replied to was a post by CBS Sports about the new college football playoff top 4. If you have not seen the top 4, my personal top 4 is should be up on Spotify currently. Believe it is already there. Let me go check. Oops, wrong button.
Hitting the right button helps.
It is already there. My top 4 is the same as the committee's top 4 of Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama, Cincinnati. I think that was pretty agreeable.
Oh, no Notre Dame?
Notre Dame is at 6. 7.
Jesus.
Or 6. 7 or 6. Behind the Michigan Wolverines.
Okay.
100% behind the Michigan. They're behind the Michigan Wolverines somewhere in the top 10. But above Oklahoma.
Is Oklahoma even in the top 10 anymore?
Yeah, they're at 10.
God.
In both mine and the committees.
Jesus.
Me and the committee were rather agreeable this week, I believe. I'd have to look. But anyway. Andrew here was complaining about 2 SEC teams being in the playoff.
Okay.
Mind you, again, these are not the final rankings.
No. No, we got a couple weeks to go.
Going on saying how it's a joke and it devalues football, college football, and that a winner from every conference should be in the playoff. No.
Kind of impossible at the moment.
First off, very, but also just no. Just no. I don't want to see a Sunbelt team get beat up by Alabama.
You don't want to see, I don't know, the winner of the Pac-12 in the playoffs?
The winner of the Pac-12 is going to have 2 losses, maybe more.
Yep.
I don't want to see the winner of the WAC in the playoff.
In most years, I wouldn't want to see the winner of the American in the playoff.
But it looks like we might not have a choice.
Yep.
Since Oklahoma went and fucked.
They did indeed fuck. And Oregon fucked.
Yeah, I meant Oregon, but yes. Yes. Them too. Anyhow, someone went to point out to Andrew, or said to Andrew, who should be in from the ACC? Also affectionately known on this podcast as the Ass Conference, because the ACC is
massive ass.
Confirmed. Andrew replies with, anyone. It's not a playoff when a joke of a conference gets 2 teams in. It has to be incredibly embarrassing to have a team in the SEC and know your shout of the clown show. No, your shout of the clown show.
Huh?
He kind of fell into a Horace brain there for a moment.
Horace. Fucking, that's some Horace bullshit.
Shout. I hope he means out of the clown show, but I don't know.
It's hard to say what he means.
But no one from the Andrew, you're stupid. No one from the ACC should be in the in the college football playoff. The best team in the ACC would get blown up by Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Cincinnati, Oklahoma. No, not Oklahoma. Not Oklahoma. Michigan, Ole Miss, Notre Dame, Baylor. Everybody but Oklahoma. There.
Yep.
Michigan, Wake Forest is the best team in the ACC. Michigan would kill them. Ohio State would kill them. Alabama would kill them. Georgia would nuke them. And by nuke them, I mean Georgia would just hold them to 7 points.
Right.
Georgia might actually shut them out. So there's that one. And then this one comes from Twitter user Bartimus Prime 19.
That's a name.
This one came this morning actually. The U.S. men's national team announced that one of their next World Cup qualifiers happening this spring, will be played in Columbus.
Okay.
Shocker. Here's why this is not shock to me. Thanks to one Mr. Lamar Hunt. Yes. That Lamar Hunt, if you were asking.
There's another one?
No, there isn't.
I mean, I'm sure there is.
Well, not there yet. Okay, yes, fine. Fine.
Not a relevant one.
Yeah. Started professional soccer in the state of Ohio. More notably than just the state of Ohio, the city of Columbus.
Yes.
Where the Columbus Crew, funny how that works out, who were the first official club in the MLS, played soccer. Funny how all of this works out, right?
That's just convenient.
Really convenient. So that happened. So this should come as no shock. The Midwest, or the Great Lakes region of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Illinois, mostly Chicago area, Illinois, are is kind of the capital hub of American soccer, which is why when it comes to international games and primarily World Cup qualifiers, home World Cup qualifiers, the United States men's national team plays them in, well, they've played a lot of them in Ohio, 10 to be exact. So this should come as no shock. Bart comes in with this after this was announced. Terrible decision. That state doesn't deserve 3 World Cup qualifiers. You're just afraid you can't do you jobs and get USMNT fans in the stands.
What? I don't even understand the point he's trying to make.
Oh, it gets better. Because
Oh, no.
Bart here not only doubles down, not only triples down,
Oh, no.
he quintupled down, 4, 5, several, multiple
A
times.
lot to a little?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Daniel Bryan?
Yes. And he doubles. One thing he doubles down with. Well, this will be in Columbus. Guess we've still got to save the crew or something. No, we don't. And then another one.
Yep.
Here's another one. I will, because I think it's silly to force a game into a cold weather climate against an inferior team in a location we've already played. We could play fixture somewhere other than Ohio and still have a home field advantage. If we can't, U.S. Soccer Federation is doing a bad job. And then when someone asked him where else could it be played,
Oh, boy.
he replied with, I don't know.
So he's pissed about that game being in Columbus, but doesn't have a suggestion as to where else it should be.
Yep, it gets better still.
Oh my.
When he is asked when someone asked him why he was complaining so much, he replies with, because U.S. Soccer Federation doesn't do its job to grow the game and only relies on the Mayo clan of Ohio.
Huh?
Yes.
What? Huh?
That one I really don't know. Like, I can't.
Mayo Clan.
And by spring, it's actually in like mid-January, so not really spring.
Not really.
Someone else asked him this. And he replied, "Play it in New England. New England in January is cold." Someone
Now
played.
he has a suggestion.
Yeah, New England. And then he also comes back, another one. Why don't we go to Atlanta? I eventually found out that Bart is from Atlanta.
Okay, figures.
I did reply to one of his tweets, and I was like, "Congratulations, Bart. You are not just one of the stupidest people on the internet. You're the whiniest today." Because that's all that. Well, all like there is an entire 12 tweets replies to this. This one tweet by the U.S. men's national team by Bart, all complaining about this, and people all telling him he's an idiot because, well, he is.
Yep.
And then, of course, my favorite one is still when he said it was stupid to schedule a game in a cold weather climate in January, and then later had no suggestions, and then also later suggested New England.
Huh.
And all I got to say about his Atlanta one, Atlanta doesn't have a soccer-specific stadium.
No, they don't.
Atlanta United is having to rent space from the Atlanta Falcons.
Which that stadium is just ridiculously big for the MLS.
Yeah. Century League Field, where Seattle plays, is ridiculously big for the MLS.
That's true as well.
But Seattle at least knows how to host a soccer game. I'm not convinced that Atlanta does.
I mean, Atlanta doesn't host a lot of things well.
No. Let's move on to your stupid people say stupid things. Because, well, Bart broke my brain.
Okay.
My brain was broke for a while.
So we're going to start off with something we will get to in the news a little bit.
Oh, no.
There's some James Franklin news that we have to get to.
Unfortunately. I don't know about you, I'm kind of happy about this news.
Right. Well, so this is a quick sidebar. This is not the stupid person saying a stupid thing. Pretty much every Big Ten fan seems to be happy about this because James Franklin just isn't good
He's just
about this extension.
The
a lot
whole
of
Penn
Big
State
Ten-
athletic department could be in there for this fucking piece of news.
Right.
Fuck.
So there were Michigan fans who were very happy about this, and somebody came along and said that Michigan fans should not be happy about this just because of Harbaugh. And I don't know. Apparently, we're not allowed to be happy that the worst coach of the Big Ten is staying. Whatever.
Yeah, why?
Franklin is somehow worse than Jim Harbaugh. That we know for sure.
Yes.
What?
100% yes.
The actual stupid person saying a stupid thing comes from Diner Plate on Twitter.
This person already sounds stupid. I love it.
Who is defending the decision to extend James Franklin.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Side opinions about that.
Right. Franklin is a top 5 recruiter and program leader in country, whatever that means. Gives you a shot year in, year out. Top 5 producer of NFL talent. Just need to keep trying. I'm going to ignore all the things that don't make any sense and just focus on him being this top 5 recruiter. Somebody then comes along and says, look, give you the
no, I'm going to stop that part. How is he a top 5 leader of a program when his program's 7-4?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, we're good. Okay.
So someone comes along and says, look, I'll give you the recruiting part, but he's a buffoon in game. And then he comes back with, and I'll give you that as well. Not well in-game coaching. So you want to keep a guy who just recruits decently well and then never does anything with the talent? How is that good? If you recruit well and your coach is an absolute ass bag, like, what's the point?
I
don't know.
He doesn't even really recruit that great.
No, I think this guy is very mistaken when he says he's a top 5 recruiter.
He might be like he's a top 130.
We know for sure.
I'm sure he probably recruits better than whoever UConn had before Jim Mora.
I couldn't even tell you what that man's name is.
No. He, from all reports, he recruits better than Jimmy Lake out of Washington. Well, all reports, Lake recruited terribly.
Right.
So.
All right. So we move on from that.
Top 5 in like what? Top 5 in
maybe the Big Ten? I don't know.
I wouldn't even say that.
Fucking, I don't know.
Top 5 in Pennsylvania?
There was a thing that happened.
Please.
There was a thing that happened in the Pistons and Lakers game.
Yes.
LeBron James, unintentionally or not. I mean, we'll get into this first. I don't think he meant to hit him in the face.
No, I agree with that.
But the elbow that he did throw, I mean, you don't just throw it and not intend to like make contact.
I will also
Like,
agree with that.
I don't think he meant to hit him in the face, but
I will agree with both of those statements. I believe I want to say one thing real quick on it because it's not really in the news, because it didn't really need to be. The closed. Oh, he had a closed fist. I want all of those people that I saw on Twitter or Facebook, all of those, and I'm sure most of them probably aren't even Pistons fans. I want all of those people try and just do any athletic movement with your hands wide open like this. It doesn't happen.
So
like, it just doesn't. The closed fist, like when you're look at any basketball player in that motion trying to fight off a box out or fight around a screen or anything, their hands are closed somewhat. That's all I gotta say about that.
So, this stupid person actually comes from YouTube.
That's
Wild Boy on YouTube.
He sounds stupid.
Did something you should never do. He went full Horus.
Oh yes.
LeBron only pat him because he's acknowledging his skills. Stewart, by the way, his name is Isaiah Stewart with a T.
And a D.
Should stop using those baby oils. It literally makes his skin thin, easily bruise.
Repeat that.
LeBron only pat him because he's acknowledging his skills. Stewart should stop using those baby oils. It literally makes his skin thin, easily bruise. Yep.
Yes.
He went full Horus. And finally, it was announced a while ago, but it finally happened over the weekend. The last Kmart store in Michigan closed a couple days ago on Sunday.
I'm not sad.
I can't say I am.
I honestly can't remember the last time I shopped in a Kmart.
I do.
Well, I honestly can't.
I do, and you want to know why?
Because you were there recently? Ish?
No.
Oh.
It's been a couple years.
Okay.
About 2 years ago.
Oh boy.
And you know why I went inside a Kmart?
I want to know why. I'm curious.
Because I was driving home. I believe I was in Mount Pleasant, and I was driving home, and came across one that was closing.
Oh, fair, yeah.
So I went in to see if there was any sort of good stuff for like 70% off. That's why I went into the Kmart.
That's honestly fair. We haven't had a Kmart here in town in like 5 years.
It's been a little bit now. So yeah, I'm thinking 3 or 4 years, somewhere in there.
I honestly don't think I had been in a Kmart before that one closed for like 4 or 5 years before it closed.
Fair. I mean, it's a Kmart.
So we're looking probably close to 8 years now, 9 years.
So anyway.
But yes, continue.
Kmart has been dying a very slow, painful death, literally since the early 2000s.
Kind of looks like Ohio State football sometimes. How they beat opponents.
It's slow and painful. What's been happening to Kmart? Even before like Sears bought them,
they were dying. Yeah,
literally mid 2000s, and they were already dying.
Yeah, because
Which
Walmart
makes
exists.
This comment, right? which makes his comment from Brad even more curious. Because he simply says, "Thanks a lot, Biden." Biden was president in 2004 and is hell-bent on destroying Kmart?
Them damn Kmarts, man.
That's all I got. Shall we?
Let's move on to the news.
God. I still can't get over fucking Wild Boy going full Horus. That's amazing.
Oh my god, yes. Moving on to the news.
Advice to everyone out there: never go full Horus.
Yes. Moving on to the news. Penn State head coach, we talked about this and stupid people say stupid things. Penn State gives James Franklin a massive 10-year contract extension with a $7.5 million base salary. I'm just going to read this part as it says.
Okay.
His buyout to get rid of him will start at $12 million and will progressively decrease to $1 million by 2026.
So I don't think the reason I word it that way is I don't think there's any chance that he coaches out that whole 10-year deal.
Oh, not a shot.
Like there's no way.
Not a shot.
So it starts at, I don't even know why this is a thing. The buyout starts at $12 million, and that only stays there until April of next year. Why would they fire him in between that time? I don't know. I guess that's why the buyout's so high.
That's awesome.
It's ridiculous, but it does go down to the $1 million by 2026 and stays there throughout the rest of the duration of the contract, which is literally half of it. So they could easily get him to coach half of it and then send him packing. Because let's be honest, it's James Franklin. He's not going to get any better. So I don't know. If I was a Penn State fan, I would not like this move whatsoever.
I don't think Penn State fans do like this move.
I saw a lot of popcorn emojis in the comment sections because people were just waiting for the reaction on this one. I did not expect this to happen.
James Franklin has beaten Ohio State once. That's all I got.
Congratulations.
It was in 2016 with the blocked field goal and blocked punt game.
Oh, yeah.
That game. That's how. Blocked field goal and a blocked punt, both returned for touchdowns. I know James Franklin has coached Penn State to a couple wins over Michigan. That's really about it. That's it.
One of them being last year, the year I like to forget.
They did beat them last year? Wow, I honestly forget that game because both teams sucked massive ass last year.
Yeah, they were both terrible. Yeah, James Franklin is somehow still employed. I
honestly thought maybe just maybe because of how many jobs that are open that are honestly better looking, more sought after jobs over Penn State right now. I figured this was solely. I figured they would maybe try and extend him like 2 years just to keep him for the next
years.
Yeah, I figured if they were going to try and extend James Franklin to keep him there, it was only going to be for a couple years. Because who the fuck are you going to go out and hire right now at Penn State? It's honestly like why what I've said to you about Harbaugh. Like if Harbaugh leaves or if Michigan decides to get rid of him. Who are they going to get? Nobody. There's nobody. Like, that is the college football coaching world right now is there's nobody.
I don't know.
Did you say Chip Kelly from Michigan or just Chip Kelly in general?
In general, I don't want him in Michigan.
I was saying, that's really it. There's like nobody.
Like, what big name coach are you gonna go out and get? Nobody there.
There's really not a lot of people.
Les Miles, I guess, is chilling at home, but
Oh, he's not at Kansas anymore? He got fired already? Or
I don't
quit?
remember.
Let's find out. You want to take this next piece of news? I'll Google it.
It says he's a former American football coach. He most recently served as the head coach of Kansas. So yes, apparently he did get fired.
Oh, shocker.
Okay.
I
Yes.
honestly don't know why did he get fired. Keep going.
The next piece of news revolves around the New York Football Giants. They have fired offensive coordinator Jason Garrett, which comes as a bit of a shock to me that it's him and not Joe Judge, the head coach, because Joe Judge ain't it. But Jason Garrett is gone after the 30-10 loss to
Oh,
Tampa Bay
I know.
Buccaneers.
Les Miles was this was actually earlier this year, even placed on administrative leave and then eventually fired because of inappropriate conduct with female students at LSU while at LSU. That's why.
Jesus Christ.
Continue.
What the fuck? Why?
Yeah, right. But continue.
Good Lord. But yeah, no, I'm really surprised that this isn't Joe Judge being booted from the New York Giants. I mean, Jason Garrett's not good either, but I feel like he's not the biggest problem there. So that confuses me. Like, if you're gonna do this, that almost guarantees that Joe Judge isn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I would think.
I don't know what to say. Like, Joe Judge, like the Giants, they exist.
They exist, and they will continue to be as terrible as they are until they get rid of not even just Joe Judge, but GM Dave Gettleman. Dave Gettleman is an absolute...
Until they can keep Saquon Barkley healthy.
Which they never will, because Gettleman can't do his job and actually get people on this team.
Yeah. Moving on to staying in the NFL, I should say. Matt Nagy, this actually got nixed apparently earlier today.
So by who?
George McCaskey.
Who the fuck?
Team chairman.
Huh.
Bears chairman, George McCaskey. But Matt Nagy, there was rumors that Matt Nagy was going to get fired after the Bears game against the Lions tomorrow on Thanksgiving. Apparently, Chicago Bears team chairman George McCaskey addressed players on Wednesday and told them that Nagy would not be fired after Thursday's game.
Feel like they could have bit that in the butt earlier. Like, Nagy was asked about it, and he just said, "Look, I'm focused on doing my job." You know, the typical, the answer you'd expect.
Yeah.
I don't know. What if they lose, though?
Yeah, when I first started hearing news about this, I wanted to bring this up to you because I saw something about this.
Okay.
What do you I'm not saying this is going to happen or this even would happen. What would you think? What do you think the odds of, like, if Harbaugh wanted to jump back to the NFL? If Jim Harbaugh wanted to jump back to the NFL?
Okay.
Do you think the Bears would be that team?
Good. They'd probably be one of the ones.
Good young. I mean, it's not Indy. I think he really wants to go to Indy.
Right, but Frank Reich kind of has a stranglehold on that job.
Yeah,
so...
But Chicago, Matt Nagy gets gone. You have a good young quarterback in Justin Fields, or well, a young potentially good quarterback in Justin Fields. You have a defense that on paper should be good if it stays healthy, and you just got to go out and make some smart moves.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, Jim did play in Chicago as well.
I believe so, which is why
he was drafted by the Bears.
Which is why when I saw that rumor, I did want That wasn't even a try and stir the pot kind of thing that I was gonna bring up, because I saw that I was like, that wouldn't be a. Let's see. Yep, he was drafted by the Bears. Was there from 87 to 93.
Yep.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, that would not be a terrible move for him. Like, I was just curious what your thoughts on that would be.
No, I mean,
if it's gonna happen, I think this would the Bears would be a team.
The Bears would be a team. Yeah, Indy doesn't look like they're gonna have a coach opening for quite some time.
Because if I remember correctly, he's in the Indy Hall or Indy Ring of Fame.
I believe he is, yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's a possibility. The Bears are a possibility. I'm not sure. It depends on what he wants to do, because we've talked about it before. Like, they aren't gonna fire him. Michigan ain't gonna fire him.
No.
So
no matter what.
The only way that he goes anywhere is if he leaves on his own. Yeah. So I could see the Bears being an option, but at the same time, I mean, he's had opportunities seemingly every single offseason to jump back to the NFL, and he hasn't done it. And, I mean, they've had coach openings since he's been at Michigan.
Yeah.
Where I believe he's been rumored to go to the Bears before, and he hasn't. But, so, we'll see. I mean, I'll say this, like, out of all the teams that are looking at having a coach opening, like the Bears are, I mean, if Jim wanted to go, I feel like that would be the one.
The Bears, like, he's not going to go to. I don't think Urban Meyer's going to be out of Jacksonville this year. I think he'll have another year, unless he wants to leave.
Right.
Where was I? Because I actually had a list of some teams that possibly could be. Houston, maybe. Hard to say. I honestly think that Judge should be out at the Giants.
I think he has to be.
The 49ers are kind of hit and miss.
I mean, he wouldn't go back there.
No, he wouldn't go back there, though. I think Riverboat Ron Rivera's fine at Washington.
Yeah, I think so.
Who's Denver's head coach right now? Who's Denver's HC? How long has he been there?
Oh, I don't know.
Because Denver's kind of had that, like, Denver this year especially is just falling off a cliff.
I'm curious now.
Robert Saleh at New York at New York, the Jets, he's fine.
Oh, it's still Vic Fangio.
I could see that one opening up. Houston, yes.
I don't know about Houston. I mean, their head coach is in his first year, so they.
Oh yeah, you're right. They do have a new. They are in a new regime. You're right. Vegas is definitely going to be open, most likely.
I would assume so. I don't think they're going to keep the interim guy.
Yeah. So I think right now Chicago would be Jim's best bet if he wanted to jump to the NFL, unless something opens up that we don't see coming.
Right. Yeah, like I said, I think that one out of the potential openings around the NFL, I think Chicago would probably make the most sense.
I don't necessarily, and the reason I also wanted to bring that up is I don't necessarily foresee Jim retiring as a college coach, but hard to say. Let's move on though.
Right.
Do you got this piece of news or do I?
Sure.
Okay.
Tennessee Titans have released running back Adrian Peterson after a 3-game stint that saw him rush for 27 times for 82 yards and 1 touchdown. Titans like the other guys that they signed when Derrick Henry went down a little bit more. I mean, they got Devontae Freeman over there. So, I mean, Adrian Peterson's just old at this point. Has the future Hall of Famer, in your opinion, played his last NFL game?
It's hard to say. I think, like I said, I do believe Adrian Peterson is gonna be a future Hall of Famer.
I don't think there's any doubt at this point.
Like he was comeback player of the year at one point because he tore everything that you could tear in his one leg.
Right.
And that's an injury right there that most running backs that's it.
Right, and like just look at how long his career has been. It feels like he's been around forever.
He's Frank Gore-esque.
Right? And Frank Gore hasn't even officially retired. He's not on the team right now, but
yeah.
Somebody bring in Frank Gore, please.
I unfortunately do believe Adrian Peterson has played his final NFL game. Unfortunately, I don't want to believe that because he comes from an era of running back that they are football. Like it's like when Brian Urlacher and Ray Lewis retired, or Ed Reed,
right.
Troy Polamalu. It's like they are football.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And Adrian Peterson was one of those guys.
Yeah, for sure.
But I do believe he's at that point.
I mean, I thought he was at that point when he was out from Washington, and then he signed with Detroit. And like, I don't know. That man's probably gonna run forever. Who knows? I feel like there's still a spot for him in the league.
I'm sure he could find it. I'm sure at some point there will be a team that would want him. I could see it.
Put him down in Atlanta. Like Cordell Patterson's banged up. Like, and your best option is Mike Davis. Like, yeah, just sign Adrian Peterson down there. What do you got to lose?
Valid. Okay. That is true. Moving on. The Tampa Bay Rays signed 20-year-old Wander Franco to a 12-year, $223 million deal.
Nice.
Which 185 of which is guaranteed. Franco has played 70 games in his MLB career, batting .288, 7 home runs, 39 RBIs, and a 3.5 wins above replacement. Wow.
First off, this is surprising simply because the Rays spent some money.
Yes.
That's not something they often do.
Correct.
And then it's also surprising to see this kind of deal given to a guy. And I mean, look, Wander Franco is a stud. Like,
yes.
he's gonna have a great career. But he's only played 70 games. Like, how do you
keep the young guy there?
But he wasn't. I guess they just wanted to lock him up now.
Yeah.
I mean, he was not pressing free agency. Like, he wasn't gonna go anywhere. But the timing of this is just very strange.
It keeps him there till he's 32. Keeps him there through like the entirety of the prime of his career.
Right.
So, like I said, lock him up now. I don't hate the move. It is odd.
I don't hate it either. It's just something you don't really see. Like, I mean, 70 career games, the guy gets paid fucking. Okay, it's a long deal.
At 12 years, yep.
But the money is not like. I mean, it seems like a lot, but you spread out that. Most times you see deals like this, they're in the $300 million range. They're way higher. So I would imagine, I don't think he's gonna become a bum at any point in that contract. Like you said, I mean, he's there throughout the entirety of his prime, necessarily or essentially. Like,
what amazes me about this is the Tampa Bay Rays are spending money.
Yeah, I did not expect that.
Anything else to add to it?
No. Good for Wander, man.
Alrighty. Yeah, hey, he's a stud. Good for him. Let's move on. Who's taking this? We did not.
It's F1. You might as well.
Okay. The Qatari Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton had a phenomenal drive. One well, had a drive. Yeah. Won by, is that number right?
25 seconds.
25-7, is that right?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought. But then you see it and you're like, huh? Won over Max Verstappen by 25.743 seconds. I
had to double check it to make sure it was right.
What was the phrasing that I used just a minute ago?
I don't know what
Had a phenomenal drive.
Yes.
Yeah. Put on, or as you wrote, put on a clinic.
Yeah, I did write that.
Both of those statements would be kind of correct.
Accurate.
And Fernando Alonso rounds out the podium.
Hell yeah, Fernando.
A full almost minute behind Lewis Hamilton.
But I mean, hey.
But hey, good for Fernando. Hey.
It's been a while.
Good for him.
It's been a long time since Fernando's gotten on the podium. Sergio Perez was chasing him down, but Sergio just didn't have enough time. So, hey, good for Fernando. Good for Alpine. Good stuff there. I mean, they've gotten a win and a podium in this season. Like, where the fuck did that come from? And remember, this is Renault essentially.
Yeah, this is last year's Renault. Verstappen Max's lead is cut down to 8 in the points in the championship with races at 2 tracks that I wish we didn't race at.
Mm-hmm.
Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi to go.
Well, to be fair, I don't mind the tracks. I just wish they were in different places.
Yeah, I do. I don't hate the tracks. The countries. You said it last week when because I had this race as my one for the road just because there wasn't really a lot of great football or anything happening last weekend. And you said it, like, it's hard for F1 to be for everybody when you have 3 countries that
right, like the end of the season as well, like races that we should be like so excited about and just focusing on the racing, and we're in fucking Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Abu Dhabi. Like, great.
Yeah.
I was gonna try and find a NASCAR comparison, but I don't really know if there is one.
Yeah.
I would say Alabama, but I mean Talladega's a pretty sweet track. So, and Alabama ain't no Saudi Arabia or place like that.
Yeah.
It's just full of dumb rednecks.
Yes. And the last piece of news.
I didn't even see this. Is there a picture of this somewhere?
I saw this on Up North Live. I'm sure there's places somewhere.
I'm gonna try and find it on Twitter.
I will take the news piece, even though this has to do more with you.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know it was a thing.
I saw it earlier this morning. The statue of Bo Schembechler on Michigan's campus was defaced last night with red paint and a message of Bo knew. # Hail to the victims, which was in reference to the sexual assault victims of Dr. Robert Anderson. What did he was the Michigan team doctor, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Like, or what was he just the football team, or was he just athletic department doctor? What?
That's a good question. I don't know the exact answer. At least for football, yes.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, I see this picture now.
Let's see.
I mean, I don't even know why that statue's still up, to be honest.
Yeah, I kind of figured you would not hate this piece of news, even though you might not like the color of paint.
I can't even be mad at it. You know, most rivalry week stuff, like, you know, gets pretty stupid, but like, what am I supposed to do? Try and defend Bo? I ain't doing that. And not gonna happen. So.
I honestly, like, I can't really find out a whole lot. It's not helping me. Internet's not helping me. I honestly, like, the whole hail to the victims thing, I think red paint was just a choice of it being this weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Because I've seen news pieces since this story came out of hashtag hail to the victims in blue and yellow, or in maize and blue, I mean. Or as sometimes I affectionately call it, blue and corn and blue. Because maize is corn.
Oh, it's right.
Yeah, this.
I mean, it is what it is.
Why
The statue thing. I mean,
Why is that statue still up?
I don't know. I have zero idea. Like it's not like they haven't done things that kind of erase the legacy in anything. So there's this video that they play right before Michigan comes out of the tunnel, and it used to have a couple different things from Bo in there, a couple different snippets from the team speech,
Yeah.
and those have been taken out. Like, they aren't in there anymore. So I don't really understand why we're only doing that in some spots, but yet I'm fairly certain there's still a Schembechler Hall. The statue's still there. In fact, I'm fairly certain that's where the statue is. I don't know. I'm sure it'll get taken down, but
this is just so bad. Like, this isn't even me as an Ohio State fan saying this is bad. This is me just as a human being saying this is bad.
Right. Yeah, it's and that's where I'm at too. Like, I can be a Michigan fan all I want, but like, it's just to the point. Like, that's not even relevant in that case, just because, like, it's despicable humans. So
And,
like
like-
it just, at that point, being a fan of a team doesn't matter. I've never enjoyed the fans that just defended him just because he was the Michigan's head coach for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure those same Michigan fans were probably shitting all over Joe Paterno, and rightfully so. But like,
Yeah.
you can't have it both ways. Like,
Yeah.
keep your standards consistent, please.
It's bad. Moving on, let's get into the college football recap.
Oh boy.
Number 1, Georgia played Charleston Southern. Georgia won 56-7.
What the fuck is up with these SEC teams playing absolute garbage late in the schedule? Like, I get that we all have the same amount of non-conference games, but why is this game happening now?
I don't know why they schedule it this late.
Like,
I mean, I get why.
Alabama had a cookie last week.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand it.
I know why. It's just they start their SEC scheduling usually a little earlier, or play like an SEC game week 1, and then they have this midseason fucking stupid. I don't like it, but yeah. Number 2, Alabama.
It's just obnoxious because, like, we got to deal with these garbage games late in the season for no
Yeah.
reason. Like, just get them out of the way early.
Yeah. Number 2, Alabama played number 21, Arkansas. Alabama won 42-35. Uh-oh! Alabama's got some problems late season. Oh. Could make for some interesting things in the Iron Bowl on Saturday.
I've been saying for a couple weeks now that I thought that game could be interesting, even though Auburn has not looked phenomenal. They had a couple losses here in the last 2-3 weeks or so.
The solid teams, though.
Good. Good SEC teams, not like garbage like Vanderbilt or something.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised, and I do believe that is at Auburn as well.
Yes.
If I remember correctly.
And it's in the picks, so we'll get to talk about it here in a little while.
I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if you saw this, but I'll say it now. There are 20 games in the picks this week.
So I made my picks on my stream earlier this morning, and I was going through. I was like, "Holy fuck! Why are there so many games?" And then I realized I was like, "Oh yeah."
There were just way too many good ones. Some good rivalry games in there. I had to throw all the Big Ten in there. Had to do it.
Like, I was just like, "Holy shit!" Why is this? It feels like I've been doing this forever. And then I realized that there was 20 games. It's like, oh, because I have.
Right, I actually had to change the settings of the pool because it was limited to 15 games, so I had to up it to 20. We can pick a lot. I think the limit was 30.
Oof.
Oh, good lord.
Let's move on.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Problems in Eugene. Number 23 Utah beat number 3 Oregon 38-7 this game. You know, we talked about this on Backdoor Cover. I did not know what Las Vegas saw in Utah. I still don't know, but they were right.
I'm telling you, I think we got to start listening to these weird spreads that make no sense. Like, it seems like we get burnt on them every single week.
We got burnt on Oklahoma State, Iowa State. We got burnt on Wake Forest, which we'll talk about here in a minute, against Clemson, and then burnt on Utah against Oregon.
And there's been a couple other ones as well. Like
those are just the most notable 3.
There was a game with stupid Rutgers in there against Illinois, I believe, that spread made no sense because Illinois was coming off the win against Penn State, and I believe they were dogs, or it was a pick'em at the very least.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, like, and then what do you know? Stupid Rutgers. It was always stupid Rutgers. Apparently.
I'm glad I stayed away from that game in terms of betting.
That was what I wanted no part of.
Yeah.
Scared the shit out of me.
Kayvon Thibodeau, all I gotta say about this game, Kayvon Thibodeau looked terrible. Against Utah.
I've watched him a bit this year, and I just don't understand why the hype, why everyone thinks he's going to be this number 1 overall pick. Like, honestly, in terms of defensive ends, in terms of consistency, I'd rather have Aiden Hutchinson, and that's not even me being just a Homer Michigan fan. Like,
and Aiden Hutchinson isn't a number 1 overall pick. Like,
well, he's getting up there. We're talking about top 10, top 5 maybe, but
like. And Aiden Hutchinson is solid. I will say that.
I would much rather have Aiden Hutchinson, and he's even got like they started to double team him. Some teams did, and then emergence of David Jabo on the other side, so they couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, Kayvon Thibodeau did have 7 total tackles, 0 of which were in the backfield, no sacks. Like, he just didn't look. He kind of got manhandled a bit.
Well, I don't believe Aiden Hutchinson had a sack either this last week, but at the same time, that's just because Maryland held him at every opportunity.
Kayvon Thibodeau just kind of got straight up manhandled.
It was egregious enough for the Big Ten to actually call it. Like, they had no answer for Aiden.
Like, yeah, all I gotta say about Oregon.
Problems at the Cavern and of Autzen Stadium. That was a road game. What am I talking about?
Right. Want to talk about a team that had some problems? It wasn't number 4 Ohio State. It was number 7 Michigan State. The Michigan State Spartans ranked 7th in the country behind Kenneth Walker and how great he is. Traveled to Columbus. Number 7 Michigan State scored as many points as they are ranked. In other words, 7 points.
And Ohio State scored a whole fucking lot more.
Yes. If I was the one who wrote the notes, this would have read Ohio State, a metric fuck ton. Michigan State, the opposite. But Jordan wrote the notes, so it reads Ohio State 56, Michigan State 7.
Well, I actually copied and pasted it from NCAA.com because I was lazy.
Fair. Fair. Ohio State scored 49 in the first half. CJ Stroud threw for 400 yards in the first half.
Yeah, that dude had a game. Like, that was insane.
How worried are you right now? How worried were you watching that score line? Just like
not very, because Michigan State does have the worst pass defense in the country. So that's what anybody should be doing.
Fair.
Against Michigan State.
Fair.
So am I that worried? No, because our defense is way, way better than Michigan State's.
Fair.
Good Lord.
That is fair.
What in the hell is Mel Tucker doing? I get there were rumors out there that Kenneth Walker was injured.
6 times, though.
carried the ball 6 times.
6 times though.
You rushed 5 different backs for 21 total carries.
And a whole
What the
66
hell?
yards though too.
And like Kenneth Walker had 25 yards on 6 carries.
Yep.
Good Lord.
Michigan State running back Elijah Collins had 29 yards on 3 carries in the fourth quarter when the game was well in hand.
What the heck? We didn't mention it in the news. It is now official that Mel Tucker has signed a 10-year, $95 million deal to stay at Michigan State. Glad that's what you're getting.
Fuck.
What the hell was that?
That was rough.
What was that?
And I thought, I didn't think Michigan State was going to be able to win this game. I thought because of how good Kenneth Walker was, this game was going to be a little closer. And Ohio State wasn't going to score 49 and a half.
They scored 49 and a half?
Yeah, they scored 49 in the first half.
Okay. Betting took over my brain here. I was like, how do you score a half a point?
I'm sure Ohio State would have found a way against Michigan State.
They were... I mean, what Stroud did is exactly what he should do, and that's light up the worst pass defense in the country.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not saying that only happened because Michigan State's pass defense is bad. Now Stroud's been doing that all year.
Other than against Penn State?
Right, but Penn State actually has a defense.
I was going to say, Penn State's he did it to Nebraska. They just couldn't score in the red zone.
Hail to the field goals?
That's what Ohio State did to beat Nebraska.
Yeah, y'all channeled Michigan on that one.
Yeah, fuck, that was rough.
Good God. Fucking next. Or if you have anything to say, this game blew my mind.
Yeah, mine too. I thought because of how good, because I think Mel Tucker's like a solid coach.
Solid. He does do some stupid things.
I don't think he's as good as D'Antonio was, because I think D'Antonio, up until the last couple of years when D'Antonio kind of mailed it in, I think Mark D'Antonio was a good coach for Michigan State.
Yeah, for sure. And and I think the lull that MSU was in his later years was just because he was hiring his buddies.
Yeah.
Like, he was hiring his friends to be coordinators and other coaches on the team, and they were terrible. They wouldn't have a job at any other school in Division I. And yet they're buddies with Mark, so they hired him.
Michigan State, that defensive coordinator.
Fan, I was happy to see it. That defensive coordinator's got to go.
But and that's the thing. I was talking to a friend of mine. That defensive coordinator was brought in with Mel Tucker, by Mel Tucker.
Yep.
And do you want to give him one more year? Because a lot of Michigan State's, who would have been Michigan State's starters throughout the entire year, have been hurt. Do you want to give him one more year? I don't think so, because they were bad last year with those starters. They were bad. They've been bad. That was bad. Moving on. Michigan State's defense is bad. Number 5 Cincinnati played SMU. It was a rout. 48-14. Whoop-de-fuck.
There was. Whoop-de-fuck.
Cincinnati, because Oregon fucked, you're in the top 4. Congrats, guys. If things go according to plan, you're going to have to play Georgia, and it's going to be ugly.
Yeah, that's a rough one for Cincy. I mean, I do expect a little bit of a shakeup. I don't think Georgia's going to be moving from number 1. I think they're solid. I feel like they'll beat Alabama in the SEC championship. Alabama Cincy might get
to 3.
I don't know. Cincy might get lucky and get the 3rd spot and avoid Georgia for the semifinal. I don't know.
And then possibly have to play Ohio State and get.
And I mean, the question has to be asked with Alabama, if they do lose to Georgia in the SEC championship, where do you put them? Are they even in?
No.
I would think not.
We'll talk about that later, but no.
It would just set up a rematch with Georgia.
Yeah. Number 6, Michigan played Maryland, 59-18. Ohio State scored more points against Maryland than Michigan did.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Won by more points. All I got to say about this game, I turned this game off after like the third drive. I actually turned this game off after Cade McNamara threw a ball and hit his lineman in the back of the head.
He does that a lot.
Like, I saw that and I was like, Cade.
He does that a lot. I feel like at least once every game, it seems, he throws a ball into alignment. I swear.
Is it seriously that common?
Yes, it happens so often.
Like, I've watched more Michigan football than I would normally this year, just because they're all...
Gotta gauge that threat level.
Not even that. They're just, like, all year it seems like they've been in a different time slot from Ohio State.
Yeah, that is also true. Because I've watched a lot of Ohio State this year as well.
Because normally...
Same with MSU.
Normally, Ohio State and Michigan have been historically playing the same time slot. This year, it's been changed.
Right, like Fox will get Michigan, ESPN will get Ohio State, or vice versa, and they've been playing at different times all year.
Yeah. But even I haven't seen them that much. But like, I saw that and I was like,
It happens.
And then Tualia did it the drive before, so it happened back-to-back drives from both quarterbacks, and I was like, this game's ass. And then I turned on UCLA, USC, and Tualia Tagovailoa is not good, apparently.
The entirety, well, I won't say the entirety, but the majority of the Maryland offense was good coverage downfield by Michigan's defensive backs.
Okay.
Good pass coverage, and Talia would scramble, and that was where they picked up the majority of their yards. And then also a catch that wasn't even a catch, that they hurried to the line so fast that the replay booth couldn't even buzz down quick enough to try and reverse it.
Huh.
Like their touchdown drive in the third quarter, the biggest play on that drive was a ball that hit the ground, but they just rushed the line so fast that nobody could, like, it wasn't even up on the replay screen yet. Like, Jim couldn't even challenge it. They rushed up so fast that it never had a shot at getting reviewed.
Sounds about right.
For Michigan, I mean, not a lot to say. I mean, Maryland's not good. This was a very complete game, which was good to see. I mean, offense, defense, and even special teams. We had a block punt, good returns, good punt returns and stuff like that. Just, good to see. I mean, to have any sort of confidence in Michigan going into this week, I mean, I feel like they had to do something like this. And that's exactly what they did. And they probably would have scored more points. But, I mean, we saw quarterbacks in this game that we haven't seen since non-con.
Yeah.
Like, we saw Dan Villari and...
When I think it was you who told me that he was out. Or I said, no, I saw it on Twitter. I had to go Google him.
Dan Villari?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does not play much.
I had to go ESPN stat check that. I was like, who?
Yep, he's one of Michigan's 7 quarterbacks.
Also, the best thing about the Ohio State Michigan State game, I got to see Quinn Ewers. I forgot to mention that there. So
quick sidebar. So we have the group chat with you, me, and Caleb. So Austin's going, Quinn Ewers put his helmet on. And he just says, I want Quinn Ewers, I want Quinn Ewers, I want Quinn Ewers. And I literally told him I didn't care. Like, good God.
It's been a running thing. If anyone follows me on Twitter, it's been a running thing in every Ohio State blowout of I want to see Quinn Ewers.
Austin has wanted to see Quinn Ewers a lot, and the only reason that you did is because Jack Miller's a piece of shit. So.
Thank God. Jack Miller, there's rumors that he might not actually travel to Michigan for this game.
That's notable because that's not a very long way to go.
I know. They don't even take a plane up to Ann Arbor. They take a bus.
why did they even reinstate him? I guess just because what happened with his charges happened.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there was like a legitimate reason to not reinstate him. I think it was essentially to not get sued reason.
Probably so. I mean, I don't know.
Because obviously, if his lawyer was good enough to get him off of OVI charges,
get him dropped down to a misdemeanor traffic offense.
Yeah.
Good Lord
I would assume
from somebody who didn't even take a breathalyzer.
Because he didn't dress for Ohio State, Michigan State. He didn't actually. He was reinstated. He didn't dress though. Yeah, which is comical because you had the ESPN lady, sideline reporter,
who said that he did.
I was like, Ohio State has a quarter. Like at the beginning of the first half, when we did see Stroud go out or the second half, when we saw Stroud go out for like a drive. Well, Ohio State has a quarterback scenario because they could burn the red shirts of both Kyle McCord and Jack Miller. I was like, but and I even sent this to our group chat with Caleb. I was like, ESPN's talking about Jack Miller like he's actually dressed to play.
He was indeed not.
No.
But to wrap up Michigan, yeah, just solid performance against an inferior opponent. I mean, that's what you had to go out and do. Threw a couple wrinkles in there as well. Pass to the opposite side of the field, the far side of the field on a punt return. That
I thought that was a kick return.
Was it a kick return?
It was a special teams play.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
I know it was a special teams play. I thought it was a kick return, but
whatever
something.
Whatever it was. Yeah, no, that was a nice little wrinkle in there. We hadn't seen that all year.
I don't know if you're going to be able to run it against Ohio State though, but yeah.
Who knows?
Jim might try.
Who knows what Jim's got up his fucking his head? I don't know.
That quadruple reverse pass that turned into a tight end screen that Purdue ran against Michigan State. Purdue tried to use against Ohio State and turned the ball over.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was just nice to see a little bit of a wrinkle.
Yeah, I get it.
Against you guys or not. So, just solid. I mean, we scored the classic Ohio State number of points.
59.
59 indeed.
Moving on. Number 8 Notre Dame played Georgia Tech. It was 55-0. Nothing to say here. How you doing? Keep it moving.
Yep.
Number 9 Oklahoma State scored 23. They beat Texas Tech 23-0. Nothing to say here. Oklahoma State's probably going to beat Oklahoma. That's actually all I got to say.
Nothing to say here. Just like what Texas Tech scored. Nothing.
Yep. Number 10 Wake Forest played Clemson. Clemson won 48-27. Clemson's now ranked.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
Number 11 Baylor, who was an underdog against Kansas State. Vegas got this one wrong. I know because I won money on it. Well, I would have won money had Oregon won, but Oregon didn't win.
But you got the pick right.
Yes, I got the pick right. Baylor, number 11 Baylor beat Kansas State 20-10. This is an odd game because both starting quarterbacks got hurt. Yeah, that's
Big
it.
12.
Big 12, yeah. Number 12 Ole Miss played Vanderbilt. Final score was Matt Corral's team 31, Vanderbilt 17.
Mm-hmm.
Number 13 Oklahoma played Iowa State. Oklahoma won by 7. Oklahoma State's in trouble against Oklahoma. Oklahoma's in trouble against Oklahoma State. Oklahoma beat Iowa State 28-21. Jesus Christ, that was hard to get out.
Words are hard.
That was a struggle. Number 4, I'm trying to go through these quick, so yeah. Number 14, BYU played Georgia Southern. BYU won 34-17.
Yes.
Another
absolutely terrible game.
Like, I lost all excitement when I saw that game. I was just like, yep.
And who cares? Mormons against fucking nobody.
Against
I
Georgia
don't know.
Southern.
Right.
Number 15, Wisconsin played Nebraska. Nebraska because, well, Scott Frost was the reason Nebraska didn't win this time. Wisconsin won 35-28.
Did we cover Scott Frost last week?
Yes. Got the
And he
contract
extended?
extension.
Okay.
Um,
I didn't know when that happened.
yeah, we talked about that last week. Number 16, Texas A&M played Prairie View A&M. Final score 52-3. Oh my god.
Speaking of schools that we didn't know existed, a la Michigan and whoever the fuck they played
Tarleton.
basketball today.
Out of Tarleton was from Texas, by the way.
I did not know Prairie View A&M was a thing.
I did only because they pop up when they play an SEC school this time of year. Oh my god. Number 17, Iowa beat Illinois 33-23. Iowa's offense is terrible.
It's not good. They somehow scored 33 points just because Illinois
Yeah.
is Illinois.
Yeah.
I could have just left it at that just because Illinois.
Yep.
Yeah, no, Iowa, how the mighty have fallen. Two in the country.
Number 18, Pitt played Virginia. Final score was 48-38 Pitt. Number 20.
It's like an ass conference game.
Yep, ass conference game. Hey, another followed up by another ass conference game. Number 20, North Carolina State scored 41, beat Syracuse 41-17. Whoop-de shit. Yay.
What the hell is this?
Number 22, UTSA stays unbeaten. They played the University of Alabama, Birmingham. UTSA won 34-31.
I'm curious as to know what the viewership for this game was. It had to be like 500 people.
Maybe 500.
God.
I feel like
Who
500.
is purposely watching UTSA versus UAB?
I was not, because this game was on the same time slot as Ohio State, Michigan State.
I doubt it was even like on. Was it even on TV? It was probably on Facebook Live.
Probably.
I'm curious now. I don't have anything to say about the last game. I have to know. I have to know this.
You go find that out. The last game, number 25, Mississippi State played Tennessee State. Mike Leach and Mississippi State's team won 55-10. Let's
go.
College football playoff top 25 for this week. Number 25, Arkansas. Number 24, Houston. Number 23, Clemson. Of course. Number 22, UTSA. Number 21, Brady Hoke and his team, San Diego State. At 21, North Carolina State 20, Utah 19, Wake Forest 18, Pittsburgh 17, Iowa 16, Texas A&M 15, Wisconsin 14, BYU 13, Michigan State drops 5 spots to 12. Michigan, or Oregon, I mean, these tied for biggest drop of the week with Wake Forest at 8 places. Oregon drops to 11. Oklahoma goes up to 10. Ole Miss to 9. Baylor to 8. Oklahoma State to 7. Notre Dame to 6. Michigan to 5. Cincinnati 4. Finally cracking the top 4. I mean, Alabama's 3. Ohio State jumps up to 2. Georgia stays at number 1. And that's your college football for the week.
That game was on ESPN Plus.
I never changed the graphic for the news. Oops. Well, you wouldn't know because we don't have images to go along with our graphics this week because apparently.
Thank you, SparkPost. Adobe is broken currently.
Yes. NFL recap.
Like it worked for one image and then never worked again. So I gave up and I was just like, I'm just putting words on these this week.
Fair enough. NFL recap.
Yeah, this was a thing.
This was a week. New England played Atlanta. New England won behind Mac Jones and Matthew Judon 25-0.
Matt Judon hates mac and cheese.
Yes, he does. Indianapolis, Jonathan Taylor scored 5 touchdowns against Buffalo. Indianapolis, the Colts 141. Not even just the Colts, just Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor.
Colts really needed this one, and they got it in a big way. Buffalo might have some issues.
Yeah. Oof.
I don't know what's going on. I mean, it is hard to stop Jonathan Taylor, though, to be fair.
But five.
I mean,
I remember on the backdoor cover on Friday, I said I like Jonathan Taylor to score 2+ touchdowns. I wasn't expecting 5 though.
That was never in doubt. Good Lord above.
Fuck. The Colts won 41 to 15. Holy
They
shit.
sure did.
Baltimore beat Chicago 16-13. Huh?
No Lamar Jackson.
Oh yeah, you're right. Lamar Jackson was illness.
Yep.
That's what you're right.
Yeah, he did what Baker Mayfield should do and sit out if you're not 100%.
Yeah. Speaking of Baker Mayfield, the Cleveland Browns played the Detroit Lions. Jared Goff less. Lions.
Led by Tim Boyle.
Tim Boyle couldn't get it done, but they covered.
They did cover.
Cleveland won 13-10 in a game that just was. I'm glad I fell asleep and missed most of this game.
It did. This was putrid. I mean,
This was bad football, it looks like.
3rd and 14, late in the game, 3 minutes to go. 3rd and 14. Dan Campbell took over play calling duties, okay?
Yep.
He took him over. And he ran a draw play on 3rd and 14, down 3 with 3 minutes to go.
Probably right into Jadeveon Clowney or Myles Garrett.
Probably. I don't remember.
How many yards did that draw play get? Do you remember?
No.
Not a first down.
Not a first down.
Nice.
And then what do you do after that with 3 minutes to go down 3? Punt. Apparently was the answer.
What side of the 50 were they on?
The plus side.
You're 0-8-1. It's not like you're fighting for playoff position. Just win a game. Holy shit. Wow.
God. That was painful. But we're getting win number 1 against the Bears. So it's okay.
Also note the Chicago Bears, Andy Dalton had to come in. Justin Fields left with a chest injury.
Are some reports that Justin Fields might start tomorrow?
Oh no.
That could be a problem, but the Bears suck regardless. So
They're not great. Talking about a team.
Jared Goff will start for the Lions.
Talking about a team that does suck. The Houston Texans played Tennessee. Houston.
Thank you, Houston.
Somehow won the game. 22-13.
I have zero idea how this was a problem. But thank you, Houston. You were the only 1-win team left. The Lions now can win the game, avoid going 0-16-1, and still get the number 1 overall pick. So good stuff there.
To take
Thank
Malik
you so
Willis.
much, Houston. No. Liberty just lost. I don't even remember who they lost to, but they got smoked.
Didn't they lose to Louisiana?
Somebody like that. I don't know.
Let's look real quick.
I believe it was Louisiana. Yes, the Raging Cage. There's still Lions fans that want Malik Willis.
Ugh.
They're not intelligent Lions fans, but they're Lions fans regardless. I don't want Malik Willis.
Moving on. Minnesota beat Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers' toe issue.
Oh my God. Yeah, his COVID toe.
Minnesota won 34-13. Or 31, I mean. 34-31.
Last second field goal for the Minnesota Vikings. Greg Joseph is incredible. That he's probably one of the best. He might make a Pro Bowl this season as a kicker. Guys doing. He's got some big kicks this year. Um, that Green Bay defense kind of biting them in the butt here. You shouldn't be allowing 34 points to Minnesota. You just shouldn't.
Yeah.
But the Green Bay defense is not good.
No, they're not great. And a game that probably 4 people watched. The Miami Dolphins.
I was looking at a different one.
Oh.
Oops.
The Miami Dolphins played the New York Jets. Miami won 24-17. Not much to say.
Somebody had to win this one, and it's a matchup of low win teams, all stuff that's good for the Lions. So I will take that. Somebody had to win. Even a tie, no matter what happened here, it was a good thing for the Detroit Football Lions. So this was
Fair.
This was a great game.
You loved it. You didn't love the product on the field. You loved the result.
Terrible football.
Next one. Whoa.
Philly.
Philly scored 40 on that New Orleans Saints defense. New Orleans might have some issues. Philadelphia won 40-29. Jalen Hurts looks like he's trying to play real football.
I mean, I knew that Philly offense was pretty good. They could, kind of inconsistently good. They put up a lot of points when they're on, and they did against that Saints defense.
A good Saints defense too.
Yeah, a good Saints defense, but the Saints are just having a down year. I mean, gotta get a different quarterback in that team. I mean, unless you want to stick with Jameis Winston, I don't know.
I think Taysom Hill could be the guy, maybe, but Jameis Winston is not. And he's like
Taysom Hill's like 33 almost.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Like, how old?
Let's find out. I have it up right now. He is 31.
31. But anyway, old enough where you can't really build around.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I don't know what they do. I think hey, if they wanna trade up to number 1 from the Lions, hey, talks are open. This draft is massive ass, and I would not hate trading down from number 1 at this point.
Let's move on. The Washington football team beat Cam Newton and the Carolina Panthers 27-21.
Fucking 2017.
Yeah.
What the hell? Yeah, Taylor Heineke. I mean, he's kind of a guy. I don't really know what the deal is with this guy, but like, he plays well. Football team. I mean, they're just kind of what I'm talking about with Philly. Like, they're just inconsistently okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, football team, man. They're never a bad pick. When they're dogs, I mean, they're never a bad pick.
No,
because they can show up.
Let's keep this rolling. The San Francisco 49ers played the Jacksonville Jaguars. San Francisco won 30-10.
Who the fuck cares?
Yep. Rolling on. Cincinnati beat Las Vegas 32-10. Not entirely shocked. Vegas has problems.
Yeah, a lot of just.
I expected this game to go about this way.
Train wreck is a good term to describe the Las Vegas Raiders. Bengals got a win they needed if they want to, put on a little late season run here.
In a game that I thought there was going to be a combined almost 100 points. There was not.
We'll just say the over did not hit.
The over was never in danger. Never.
You never know anymore. We got a bad beat for backdoor cover this week. That is just the most brutal thing you'll ever see.
The over was never in danger in this game. Kansas City played Dallas. KC won 19-9.
Not the way I expected this game to go. In a lot of different ways. If Kansas City was going to win, I expected that we would see the old Kansas City Chiefs team, kind of like what we saw last week. Instead, they put up 19 points.
And
Dallas, however,
kicked field goals. Hail to the field goals.
I was on Dallas. Yeah, hey, I mean, maybe Harbaugh's heading to Dallas. He can go run an offense that only kicks field goals over there. I don't know.
He punts Mike McCarthy out.
No, let's be honest. If Dallas is putting anybody as their head coach, it's going to be Kellen Moore.
Jerry Jones is
What
just going to
fuck?
go from the booth and coach.
I wouldn't even be shocked with Jerry. Would not even be shocked.
Neither would
but,
I, is the problem.
Man, I think the team that gets this game fucking sucked. So I'm just gonna talk about Kellen Moore. I think the team that gets Kellen Moore as a head coach is getting a good, really solid guy. Really
Yes,
good
I agree.
offense. I mean, like, he was great at Boise State. Like the offense that he's calling now with the Dallas Cowboys is really good. The score of this game didn't show it, but that offense is something special. And Kellen Moore is
He's gonna be
really
a head
going to be
coach
a
someday.
solid.
Somewhere.
I'm thinking next year.
Yeah, that's possible. Let's move on.
And it's guys. I mean, how old is the guy at this point?
Not that old.
Kellen Moore.
He's 33.
I'm amazed he's even that old. But yeah. Moving on. Kellen Moore fan club over here.
Well, he's a good coach. He was a solid player, at least in college.
Solid player at Boise State. I mean, he never really had an opportunity in the NFL. He was back up in Detroit for a little while.
Couple
I think
other
he was
places.
back up in Dallas
Yes.
for a year or something. So yeah, no.
Let's
Good stuff.
keep moving on. Arizona played Seattle. Arizona won 23-13. Seattle has problems. That's
Well, they've had problems, and we knew that, but
they have Russell Wilson back, and they still have problems.
Russell Wilson's probably going to be a New York Giant next year. We'll just say that. I cannot imagine Russ staying in Seattle after this year. Like, he's got to just tell him, like, hey, get me out.
Yeah, I don't even know anymore.
Giants will probably give up the farm to get him. Like, just do it. Just move on. Rebuild Seattle. You need it.
Let's move on to Sunday Night Football. The Chargers beat the Steelers in a game that happened.
Fucking barn burner.
41-37.
27 fourth quarter points for the Steelers.
Yeah.
And they did not get it done.
Yeah. Chargers might kind of suck.
Yes and no. I mean,
They
it's hard
have
to say
given
it's
up a lot of late game points.
No, yeah. I mean, it's okay. So
Not even just this game.
Defensively, yes, they might not be good. I mean, let's be honest, they're not good. But the LA Chargers also have the capability to score a lot of points. As they did this week. Sometimes, yeah, when they want. So I don't know. Chargers are just so hard to figure out. I have no idea what's going on with them.
And to a team that definitely sucks, the New York Giants and not Danny Dimes. Daniel Jones was ass. Let's call it what it was. Played Tampa Bay. Tampa won 30-10.
Never in doubt.
Never in doubt. Daniel Jones is not the guy. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, New York fans.
I don't even think you need to apologize to them because I think they're feeling the same way.
After this game, Daniel Jones 23 for 38, 167 yards, 2 interceptions. He had the one interception, but
it's getting to the point that I just don't know. I mean, the Giants are in the same spot that they have been for a little while. Like you bring in Joe Judge, Eli Manning's gone. You bring in Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones is your guy. And look, you just need to reset it again. Daniel Jones ain't it. Joe Judge ain't the coach that's leading you into the future. Reset her all again. Give her another go with some other people. Like that's what the Giants have to do. Because this team, this organization, and the owners really should step up and fire Dave Gettleman because he is the worst general manager in the NFL.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt. You know, I just it brings me back to, you know, when they still had Odell. You can sign him, you can trade him. You can't do both. What do the Giants do? Do both.
Yeah. Also, yeah.
He is so bad at his job. Like, anyone that's played franchise mode in Madden is probably a better GM than you. Dave
leave.
Gettleman belongs. Like, I hate Dave Gettleman so much, and the Giants aren't even my team. Dave Gettleman belongs working at IKEA.
And not as a general manager.
I'm thinking more as, like, a cashier.
As the cashier of IKEA, yeah. Not even, actually, probably not even the cashier. Probably just a stealth shocking guy.
Yep.
Like, he's bad.
How does Dave Gettleman still have a job?
Nobody knows.
What sort of dirt does he have on the people in the Giants organization and the ownership that has allowed him to keep his job for this long?
Nobody knows.
Fucking ass.
Nobody knows.
Did not expect to go on a Giants rant.
That's the NFL recap. It's time for why everyone's here, or at least why we're doing this show. It's time for the picks.
It is?
No. There's something more important that we're skipping over.
Right. We'll get
bedtime.
to those picks. We'll get to those picks.
That's the show, everybody. Bye.
Right. Later. See ya.
Were we supposed to do something else? All right.
Oh wait, yeah. There's a football game on Saturday.
Yeah. To be more specific, at noon on Saturday.
I mean, there's it's just called The Game.
And
like
that football game at noon on Saturday is Miami at Duke.
Miami at Duke. Can we let
Akron at Toledo. There we go.
Can we actually do are Miami and Duke actually playing?
Yes.
Can we do a Miami and Duke preview?
No.
Good God above.
I didn't mean Miami and Duke. I meant Akron at Toledo. If you're in the Toledo area, tickets are going as low as $6 apparently.
Probably fucking let in for free.
The only reason I knew that is because I had to go. I pulled up the ESPN schedule.
Now we get into what we're actually here for.
Yes.
Good God. It is Ohio State at Michigan. The game.
Das Game.
The Big Ten West, rather East, will be decided in this game. Thanks to Ohio State taking care of business with Michigan State. If y'all would have tanked that one, this game would not have the same meaning. So thank you.
Because Michigan State would just automatically be in.
Yeah, pretty much, unless they lost to Penn State and some weird stuff happened.
Yeah.
There is no punting preview this time. I'm sorry.
That's good because you're gonna be hard pressed to find punting stats for Ohio State.
Yeah, they don't punt very often, so we'll get into
the last time they've punted more than like 3 times in a game was against Oregon.
Fitting
Just
transition into talking about the offense of these two teams. So, we got ranks. We'll break down some key players for each team on offense. I didn't do that for defense. Defensive stats are a lot harder to find. But we both know we can bring the players in. They're not in the notes, but we can talk about some impact players. So the Michigan offense, 23rd in total offense.
Yes.
A measly 71st in passing offense, but you know, it is what it is. 15th in rushing offense.
Also, yes.
Why does it say LOL? I didn't type that. 15th in rushing offense. LOL.
I swear to God, I did not type that though either.
I didn't do that either. Fucking Google Docs is doing some weird shit.
Google Docs is haunted.
All right. So the Michigan offense.
If I would have typed that anywhere, it would have been by passing offense.
Right. So.
Or just total
Michigan
offense.
If you've watched this team at all this year, it's a very old school, run heavy, very Big Ten offense. Hassan Haskins and Blake Corum. Blake Corum is expected to play in this game, as they've been dubbed by somebody somewhere, Thunder and Lightning.
Who was that? Just out of curiosity, who and why?
I don't know who said it, but a couple of games ago, somebody started referring to those two as Thunder and Lightning. The Thunder being Hassan Haskins, more so of a power back. Blake Corum, little shifty guy. I don't know. I mean, it's not a terrible nickname, but it's been done before. So literally, what Michigan's offense tries to do is control the time of possession. Do they do that very often? No. We just gotta kind of battle it out, essentially. Cade McNamara, your favorite guy on the earth, Austin.
He's a guy on the earth.
Is he? So he's not a dude. We know that. Is he a guy?
Yeah. I don't know if he's necessarily a man.
Is man above guy?
Yes.
Okay, I'd say he's a man. He's good at what he's supposed to do. And that's literally just be a game manager.
I would say, is that throwing balls into the back of linemen's heads?
Apparently, yes. That's a prerequisite for Michigan games. Fucking hell, we've been over that.
We weren't over it on the podcast, but.
Oh, were we not?
No, that was before.
Okay. So, all right, real quickly. Cade McNamara does enjoy at least one time a game throwing a ball into one of his linemen, which usually gets tipped up in the air. Doesn't get intercepted, just drops to the ground. But that happens. That happens a lot. Like it's so comical.
When you told me, like, my words to you before a podcast were. Actually, we may have been talking about this on the show. Maybe we were. I don't know. Yeah, we were talking about it on the show because it was.
Let's do it again. It's relevant now.
It was actually. It was during the. It was. I'm apparently losing my brain. I turned the game off. The Michigan Maryland game off after Cade McNamara threw a ball into the back of a lineman's head. I was like, huh. And
literally every game.
And
we'll see it Saturday.
You said it's like Saturday. Really common. I didn't know it was.
I'm fairly certain it's happened. I won't say in every game, but damn near every game this year.
Like, now that I think about it, we did talk about this on the show during the Michigan-Maryland game.
Right? That's what I thought. I knew we talked about it.
I thought we talked about it before the show. It took me a minute, but continue. But it's Cade McNamara.
So Cade McNamara, just a game manager type, doesn't turn the ball over ever. He has 2 picks on the year, one at the very tail end of the Michigan State game. Can't really blame him for that. You got to force the ball downfield.
It was a good interception by the defensive back. It wasn't a bad throw.
It wasn't a bad throw. It was just good.
It wasn't a John O'Corn throw.
Oh God, would that happen in this game too?
I wasn't even intending to bring that one up. I just
John O'Corn. Jesus Christ, that throw will forever give me nightmares.
That was so bad.
I could go out. Would Michigan like to give me a scholarship to play football? Because I could go out and do that.
Right.
What the heck? Overthrew him by 15 yards. Great. Into the middle of the field.
Oh my gosh, that was so
fucking
bad.
John O'Corn.
I wasn't even
Anyway,
trying to
Cade
bring that up because of that, of what game it happened in. I was trying to bring it up just because it was that bad of a throw.
That's if you haven't seen that, just go watch. It's on YouTube somewhere. Just go watch.
John O'Corn, Ohio State interception.
Yeah, that's probably a good search.
That'll probably give it to you.
So, Cade, he doesn't throw for yards that are gonna wow you. Doesn't throw for a lot of touchdowns, but he doesn't turn the ball over.
Which is solid.
I would be very shocked if JJ McCarthy is just not involved in this game whatsoever. I think he will be in the game in spurts. Maybe like 3 plays at a time. Then we won't see him for a quarter. I don't expect him to just not be in this game just because of what happened with Michigan State. He is a superior thrower of the football than Cade.
Yes.
And he's a better runner. I mean, Cade doesn't run. So
yeah, I'm
JJ
shocked that
can
CJ Stroud made the quote he did, but Cade McNamara hasn't said something like that.
Why? What did Stroud say?
You don't remember the quote a couple of weeks ago after the Nebraska game?
Which
about if he was a running back, or he doesn't run the ball because he's not a running back.
Yes,
like,
I do remember that now.
CJ Stroud, who's actually kind of proficient at running the ball when he wants to,
but he doesn't want to. That's the problem.
Yeah, Cade McNamara, like, just I don't even has Jim even had him run the ball?
No, that's not Cade.
Okay, it just doesn't happen.
Doesn't do it. I mean, he'll. I really don't even recall.
I'm curious now.
Rambling.
I'm curious now.
He doesn't really do it.
Michigan statistics.
But anyway, JJ
Rushing.
McCarthy, while you're doing that,
Rushing.
JJ, I'm sure will be in the game.
Jesus Christ, he's almost at the bottom of rushing yards.
Yep, he throws the ball.
Here are the people who have less rushing yards than him. Wide receiver Mike Sainristil. Sainristil.
Yep.
Okay. Wide receiver Andrell Anthony,
who didn't even exist before the MSU game.
Running back Danny Hughes. So there's running back Danny Hughes. So there's 3.
I heard you the first time. Who?
Oh, okay. Number 4, punter Brad Robbins.
He did have the punt that broke apart in the MSU game that he did have rushing yards but didn't get a first down. Yes.
Okay. Number 5, linebacker Michael Barrett.
Huh?
I don't know.
Why is he in there?
I'm just reading exactly how ESPN has these listed. And then number 6, running back or defensive back Christian Bovin.
Not a starter. Don't know.
Okay, he has 1 rushing attempt. Defensive back, by the way, not a running back. Defensive back. Cade McNamara has 27 rushes for 12 yards.
27 rushes, huh?
27 rushing attempts for 12 yards.
Does college football? I mean, I would assume the majority of those are sneaks.
Probably.
They have gone for it a lot on 4th down.
Because sacks lost. Sack yards lost goes against passing in college, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember if that's the NFL or college. I think it's college.
Yeah.
Wait, no. I think it's the NFL.
Well, ESPN has sack yards lost in the passing category, not the rushing category. So,
because I remember I bet Tom Brady to have over 0.5 rushing yards in the Super Bowl, and I looked into that, and because I believe it takes away from passing yards from sacks in the NFL.
Let's put it this way:
whatever.
If if sacks took away from rushing yards in college, Cade McNamara would have, let's see, negative 40 rushing yards. He's been sacked for a loss of 51 yards.
That's what I have for the Michigan offense. Would you like to dive into the Ohio State offense?
Yeah.
Very good offense.
Ohio State has some dudes on offense.
At every position.
At every position. They are first in total offense, sixth in passing offense behind Western Kentucky and Pitt and a few other teams.
Western Kentucky has the benefit of playing MSU on the schedule.
Yeah. I mean, so does Ohio State.
But, I mean, yes, but
32nd in rushing offense.
They wouldn't be up there. I mean, they'd be up there. I don't think they'd be ahead.
Here's a couple other things about Ohio State's offense in terms of stats. Scoring, they are scoring. Come on, want to help me out a little bit? Apparently, ESPN does not want to tell me what they are in scoring offense. Shocker.
ESPN perpetually bad.
They average 40. They lead the country in scoring offense at 47.5 points per game.
That's not 59.
Yeah. Some of the
Penn State game and the Oregon game probably dragged.
the Penn State and the Nebraska game dragged it down because they scored 30 against Oregon. 35 against Oregon. 32nd in rushing offense. If Ohio State played starters for more than 2 quarters, they'd probably be in ones across the board.
Probably.
Quarterback CJ Stroud's phenomenal. 346 yards, 3,468 yards. I can't read. 3,468. 36 passing touchdowns, 5 interceptions. He has, as Kirk Herbstreit dubbed them, Earth, Wind, and Fire. I don't know which is which. I don't know who.
Thunder and lightning.
Has dubbed the receivers Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, and Chris Olave Earth, Wind, and Fire. I don't know which one is who is who. All 3 of them are at 1,000 yards or close to 1,000 yards.
See if they get there.
TreVeyon Henderson is the primary back at 1,000 yards. He's gonna be essentially at 1,100. He's at 1,098 yards, 14 touchdowns on 150 attempts. He's averaging not quite 8 yards a carry. He would probably have way more yards if he played in full games.
Yeah, that goes for the entire Ohio State offense.
Also, yes. Also, at running back, they have Mayan Williams, who wears the vaunted number 28 at running back. A couple others who have worn 28. A guy by the name of Beanie Wells. He's torched some teams. Yeah.
A little bit.
That's really it.
To sum it up, the Ohio State offense is really good.
Yeah. CJ Stroud doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's had a couple of interceptions that weren't great. Both of the ones against Nebraska were not good. The final interception against Oregon was pretty bad. But he doesn't make a lot of mistakes.
No, 5 picks is not a bad number.
He had one in Tulsa that was against Tulsa that was a interception. He apparently against Tulsa, going back all the way to week 3, he was playing with a banged up shoulder. He had one
sit out the week after
against Akron. Yep. He had one against Tulsa that the ball was deflected up in the air off of receiver's hands. I'm trying to think where his other ones came from. I can't remember where the others came from. CJ Stroud completion percentage is hovering around 70%. He's averaging 10 yards completion. He's only been sacked 9 times. The Ohio State offensive line is phenomenal. But they're phenomenal in terms of running and pass protection. None of the quarterbacks for Ohio State have been sacked a lot. C.J. Stroud, primary starter, has been sacked 9 times. Yes, for a loss of 76 yards, because C.J. Stroud sometimes, even though he doesn't like to run the ball a lot, he moves around in the pocket and tries to make things happen. So sometimes,
outside of the pocket.
yeah, and outside of the pocket. So sometimes he will get sacked for a loss of like 15 yards, but it doesn't happen a lot. You're looking at, he's only been sacked 9 times. Doesn't happen a lot.
Cade kind of just
Sits there and eats it.
He doesn't really get sacked a ton either.
No.
But he also, like, he's very good at just throwing the ball and throwing away from pressure.
Yes,
Like,
I will agree with that.
Like, he's not the kind of guy that's gonna scramble out and try and make a play. He's gonna throw the ball, probably eat an incompletion, and avoid the sack.
Fair.
That's where Cade is. The Michigan offensive line, I didn't touch on this either, is fairly solid. Not really anything to complain about with them.
Fair.
Some good stuff from the big dudes. I'll take it. Good stuff.
Fair.
To the defense.
Yeah, because I don't have a whole lot else to say about the offense. Do I think Ohio State's offense is going to score 49 and 1/2 against Michigan's defense? No.
No.
Do I think Ohio State's going to score a lot of points in this game? I would not be shocked.
We shall see. I mean, and we'll get to the defense is coming up. So, I have Ohio State listed first. Do you want to go into the Ohio State defense?
Sure.
right.
44th in total defense, 16th in scoring defense, 98th in pass defense. That pass defense is not phenomenal. I'll admit that. They're not great.
I think that's where Cade was. The comment that you sent me to Cade made.
I would
think
assume
that's
so.
Where he was headed.
I would assume so. That pass defense is not great. They are young at the back end. But the thing is, here's the thing about that pass defense. You look at their starting corners. Actually, not even just their starting corners. You look at Denzel Burke has not given up a touchdown this year as a freshman. He hasn't.
Solid stuff.
Sevyn Banks as a senior has not given up a touchdown. Cameron Brown has not actually given up a touchdown. Like, their corners don't really give up a lot of touchdowns. They give up a lot of yards, which is weird. A lot of the passing yards Ohio State has given up have been catch and runs.
Yes.
A lot. I think if there was a stat to look at yards after the catch, defensive yards yards after the catch that defenses have given up, Ohio State would probably be up there in that. Like, I'll admit that.
Probably accurate.
Let's see, where else do we got? Rocket Ronnie Hickman has been phenomenal for Ohio State's defense. Where else? Oh, they're ranked 11th in the rushing defense.
Yeah, which could pose a problem.
I did not get to that. Ronnie Hickman has been phenomenal, leads the team in tackles. That defensive line is of Haskell Garrett, Jerron Cage, Tyreek Smith, Zach Harrison, Javonte Jean-Baptiste when he gets in, JT Tuimoloau, phenomenal. Tyler Friday when he's healthy is good. Noah Porter's not bad. Freshman Jack Sawyer, who will see some time, is solid.
Jerron Cage score a big man touchdown in this game.
You would hate it. I would love it.
Accurate.
Defensive captain Haskell Garrett, who got shot in the face last year, Real story.
Legitimately, yeah. God.
Still has the scars and had to have mouth surgery. Is a dude in the defensive interior. A dude. Linebacker Steel Chambers, who was a running back, switched over to linebacker, a la Zach Bourne, just to fucking go out and hit a man. Phenomenal.
I enjoy that name so much.
Oh, it's great. Steel Chambers, sophomore, he's phenomenal. Tommy Eichenberg at linebacker, great. Transfer Pele Gayote, I struggle with that one. Transfer from USC, he's solid. Treyhada Mitchell, if he plays, I believe he's gonna be able to. He's been solid. I could keep going on. This defense is way better than what some of their stats look, especially against the run. They're phenomenal. Cody Simon, solid. I'm trying to see if I've missed anyone. Yeah. They got some guys on defense. Statistically, it may not necessarily look like it, but they do got some guys on defense. They are young, though. Really, all I 100% have to say, and there's a reason, like, Ohio State is, even with the 98th ranked pass defense, there's a reason they're still only 16th in scoring defense.
Yeah.
They don't give up a lot of points.
That's what I was looking at when I was putting this together. It was like the passing defense is not good. They allow some yards,
but they don't give up points at all.
But they don't give up a lot of points.
They don't really give up points. And well, they shut Kenneth Walker. No matter what you say, no matter who you're a fan of, Kenneth Walker's the best running back in the country.
I don't have an alternative. So.
I was saying, I've posed this in several places. I've posed this on Twitter. I've posed this on my Twitch streams when I'm talking sports. I've posed this in a lot of places, and nobody has been able to come up with a better running back. No one.
It's hard to argue. It really is.
And Michigan State has a good running game, and well,
Mel Tucker decided not to use it.
I mean, Ohio State rendered it useless, though, too. Some of it was because of Ohio State's offense scoring so fucking quickly. Ohio State scored every, 100 seconds.
But at the same time, I mean, guy had 6 carries. And outside of Kenneth Walker, Michigan State doesn't have a running game.
That is true.
He is their running game.
That is true.
So, you rendered him useless because Mel Tucker decided not to run Kenneth Walker because apparently he was hurt.
I mean, I still don't know. Even if if he kept running him, I don't think. Go ahead.
Even if he was hurt, 6 carries for 25 yards. Decent numbers.
Yeah, he was averaging 5 yards a carry.
Right.
But the thing is, those 5, it came on third down. It came on 3rd and 8.
Right. And I'm not trying to discredit the Ohio State defense because they're very serviceable. But Mel Tucker.
Oh no, I will agree. Mel Tucker threw that game away.
Mel Tucker, man.
Mel Tucker 1000% threw that game away.
Or whoever's calling plays over there at MSU. I don't
know. Someone threw that game away. If you want to talk about Michigan's defense.
Michigan's defense. Alrighty. 9th in total defense, 7th in scoring defense, 8th in passing defense. The only weakness, apparently, is rushing defense. It's not really a weakness. It's just worse than Ohio State. Better than them in every other defensive category. Rushing defense, little bit sketchy. This is the biggest test for Michigan's defense all year. I mean, I could say that they haven't played an offense like Ohio State, but nobody else has an offense like Ohio State.
I mean, you're right, but no one has an offense like Ohio State. Nobody in the country other than
I don't even think there's an alternative. I don't
There isn't.
see it.
Because you look at all these other teams that are leading. You look at Pitt or Western Kentucky or Virginia or Ole Miss. First off, Pitt is 300 yards behind in total offense. You look at the 5 teams that are Ohio State in passing offense: West Kentucky, Virginia, Mississippi State, Nevada, Pitt. They're all doing it in full games.
Yep.
Ohio State is doing it in a half.
I would say for probably more than half of their schedule, their starters haven't played the entire game.
Yeah, before Penn State, Ohio State starters hadn't played a full game. Most of Ohio State starters hadn't played a full game since Oregon.
Right.
I can, in fact, here's how I can look at the schedule right now, and I have Ohio State's up. Played a full game against Minnesota, full game against Oregon, full game against Penn State, full game against Nebraska.
Oh yeah, they did play a full game against Nebraska.
Yeah, because
Nebraska's
a team.
Kind of okay.
I mean, Ohio State also had 180 yards in penalties.
Thank you, Big Ten.
It wasn't 180. It was a hundo, but still.
Jesus, that's still a lot.
Thanks, Big Ten.
It's so for the Michigan defense. I mean, the defensive line is the biggest threat on defense for Michigan.
Agreed.
Aiden Hutchinson is a dude. I mean, the guy's crazy.
Agreed.
He wasn't really that way a year ago. Like he was the star of the defense a year ago. Didn't really have a phenomenal season, although nobody really did on this Michigan team in 2020. So fair enough. So he came back for his senior season. I was like, oh, okay. He's had a year. He has had one hell of a year. Defensive tackles, Chris Hinton's also pretty good. He doesn't get the notoriety that Hutchinson or another guy I'm going to talk about a little bit get, but Hinton's very solid. Could very well be going into the draft. We shall see. He's a junior, still got another year of eligibility at the very least, but that's a topic for another day, I suppose. The other guy, David Ojabo, has come out of nowhere and is putting up numbers very similar to Aiden Hutchinson, which is absolutely insane.
I'm going to stop you for 1 second because I'm just looking at Michigan stats. Why the fuck is Cade McNamara listed for a tackle?
Maybe he tackled the guy that he threw the pick to against MSU, or tackled the Penn State guy that recovered his fumble. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. I was scrolling through that and I saw that, and
I mean, there's literally only one other option because he's only turned the ball over 3 times.
Okay,
so,
yeah, that's fair.
I don't remember the other interception.
I was just curious if you knew, if you had an idea. I was like, what?
I don't think it was against MSU. It might have been his fumble against Penn State.
Okay, fair enough. Continue.
Good Lord. But yeah, David Ajabo's has come out of nowhere. He's really, really good. And that defensive line is just scary. Mozzie Smith as well is in there. He can make an impact. Not really as much as the other 3, but I mean, still a very solid defensive line. Josh Ross at linebacker, middle linebacker.
He is a solid linebacker.
Very, very good. Really, you call him the leader of the Michigan defense, but I mean, there's so many, experienced guys over here. It's hard to do. But Josh Ross is very solid. Brad Hawkins, as we move over to safety, very solid. Just does everything relatively well. Like, doesn't make many mistakes. Good stuff there. Who else we got? We got Vincent Gray, who has been very good this year as well. The corners and specifically the corners of Vincent Gray and Daxton Hill. I mean, he can play corner, he can play safety, he can play wherever. They don't really wow you. They don't get picks, they don't get turnovers. But they
I was just about to look. I was just about to say.
They play fairly well. Michigan does not get a lot of turnovers, but at the same time, they also
don't turn it over a lot.
They're just, nobody turns it over a lot against this Michigan defense, but the possibility is there. Like, sometimes they will make plays. I mean, Daxton Hill's had a couple great games this year. Vincent Gray's made some big plays, good stuff. I think this Michigan defense has in terms of rankings, do you know if Ohio State's played anybody with a defense like Michigan?
Penn State would be the closest.
Right. Which is fair, and they have a good defense. And that was a close game that, James Franklin's
See.
and
team defensive
State
leaders. Complete leaders.
That's about all I have for the defense. I mean, in terms of some other guys that can make some impacts, they're not first stringers by any means, but Donovan Jeter can make some plays. Taylor Upshaw, R.J. Moten as well at safety.
Yeah, Penn State has a better defense than Michigan's, right? At least ranked in terms of country ranking.
See, so our defense is there in that general vicinity.
Penn State has the third ranked defense in the country.
I mean, but we're ninth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
behind Clemson has a legit defense, I guess.
Where did that come from?
Clemson's ranked higher than Michigan. I was just looking at defense. Like I was looking teams ahead of them. I was like, ass.
How in the ass? But good defense, better offense than Penn State. I think we got a game on our hands. I think. But any other notes on either team's defense?
Outside of two guys, Michigan does not get a lot of sacks.
No. No, they do not. But
outside of Ajabo and Aiden Hutchinson, they do not get a lot of sacks.
But at the same time, those two dudes get a lot of sacks.
Yeah. They're averaging Aiden Hutchinson at 9 on the season and David Ajabo at 10 on the season. Account for over half of Michigan's sacks.
Yeah, for sure.
The biggest thing is that I got on this game. We'll talk about it when we get into the picks. So I'll save it for there, I guess. Do we want to get into a betting preview? You want to run through a betting preview real quick?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Say something nice about Michigan.
Their stadium is great for hosting soccer games. Like, I mean, I'm actually being serious about that. I've been to a couple of professionals. I have been to a couple of professional soccer games at Michigan Stadium, and other than soccer-specific venues, you take away soccer-specific venues, Michigan Stadium would be up at the top of places that I would want a soccer game hosted at.
Michigan Stadium's uncomfortable as fuck.
Yes, but again, just because of the way it's laid out.
The atmosphere is great.
Yes.
For sure. The views are great, the atmosphere is great. But
yes, it's tight, but
packed in like sardines.
It is extremely tight. You wanted me to say something nice. So
Right.
But yes.
And then I said something bad about my own team.
Yes, you are right. I will agree. It is very packed in, especially when you get 100,000+. But
and there's no seats as well. No seats as well, just bleachers.
Yeah. In terms of hosting a soccer game though, it would be up high. It would be higher on my list of non-soccer specific venues for hosting a soccer game.
I mean,
Just
the stadium views wise and the atmosphere is so phenomenal, but like it's I mean, it doesn't take away from any experience you have there just by how ungodly packed in everybody is. But like, but let me break this down for Michigan Stadium. So about the number or about the space that you have for a quote unquote seat on these bleachers is about a foot, maybe two, maybe a foot and a half.
I'd say probably
It's
about a foot
not
and a half,
much
but
there.
yeah.
Good Lord above.
Say something nice about Ohio State.
I'm thinking.
When you brought this up yesterday, I knew exactly what I was gonna say. So
Can I just piggyback on Aiden Hutchinson and say that Brutus's head is
nope, something original.
decently proportioned? Shit.
Had you not even said had you not told me that he'd said that or had led with that, I would have said, yeah, go for it.
You guys did a very good thing with putting that other grandstand in whatever fucking end zone it's in. That was a big improvement to your stadium.
Fair. Because I don't entirely disagree with that. Because
I mean,
it kind of looked like a toilet bowl beforehand.
You said it, not me.
Like,
I was not gonna go there because this was say something nice.
I would say you said something bad about yours. I'll piggyback and I'll keep going with it.
Good Lord. All right.
Because I do love Ohio Stadium. I do love the Horseshoe. But pre that grandstand, it kind of you couldn't fit as many people in, obviously.
Right.
And B, it kind of looked like a toilet bowl.
Actually, 1 second. If you want to run through the betting preview, go ahead. I have to do something.
Okay, well, before we get to the picks, we're going to run through the betting preview. Michigan Wolverines are 10-1, 7-1 in the Big Ten. Ohio State is 10-1, 8-0 in the Big Ten. ESPN's Football Power Index, Ohio State is at a 61.8% chance to win. Eye test analytics, which Jordan knows more about this than I do, even though I've started using it on his recommendation a touch. I don't know as much about it. Eye test analytics has Ohio State second at 84.6, Michigan fourth at 80.15. Ohio State is a minus 350 money line. Michigan is a plus 260. Ohio 62% on the public bet. Excuse me, is on Ohio State to win. The spread, Ohio State is a 8.5 point favorite now. 80% of the public bet is on Ohio State to cover. The total is 64.5. 52% of the public bet is on the under. I don't entirely know why, but we'll talk about that on Backdoor Cover. Is Jordan back?
All right.
Oh, that's perfect timing. I just pretty much finished up. Jordan, do you want to talk a little bit about eye test analytics? Because you know more about it than I do.
All right.
Because I got everything done, but yeah.
So yeah, I mean, eye test analytics is just something that they actually mentioned me in a tweet, and I looked into what they were doing, and it was actually pretty good.
It is cool.
If you want to know the whole breakdown of eye test analytics, just go to their Twitter page. Just search eye test analytics. I don't remember the exact handle. Just go and do that, and they have the exact metrics that they use to determine everything like this. So, because we don't have enough time for me to break it all down.
Okay, fair enough. I said what they have for points and everything, so
yeah,
their lines, whatever you want to call it.
Anything we want to touch on itself on the preview or on the betting preview?
I said most of it we'll do in Backdoor Cover.
Yeah, you know what? That's probably the better choice.
Because I figured we're gonna talk about, even though neither of us are probably gonna bet on this game, we will probably talk about it on backdoor cover. I would say I'm not touching this game with a 800-foot pole.
My stance on betting on games like this is well known. So
Yep, same. Let's move on to the pucks.
You like that?
I like that because Jordan in the notes had a typo and he stuck with it because it's funny. We're on to the picks.
I mean, can we for future, like we'll just keep the backdoor cover. It's its own show, and then once we're done with football, we'll just they're the pucks now. We'll pick some hockey games.
I mean, if we want to do that, I'm not opposed to it.
I don't know if there's a way to do it. We'll look into it.
I'm sure we can find something. Even if we just bet money line or just pick money or straight up money line.
Right.
Okay.
I'm loading them up.
Picks real quick. I actually went back to having a normal picks week for me. Last week I went 9-7. Jordan went 7-9. I now have a not entirely comfortable 3-game lead, 92-88. Jordan's at 89-91.
But a more comfortable lead than you had last week.
Yes.
I was kind of back to where I've been for the most of the year with the picks and just kind of average.
Yeah.
Just kind of took some shots and they didn't really work. We are going to save Michigan, Ohio State for last.
Fair.
In the college picks. So when we get to that, we'll skip over it. We start off
Thursday night football.
This game's being played on a Thursday for some reason. Ole Miss is on the road. They travel to Mississippi State. Tiny spread. And in fact, Mississippi State is a 1.5 point favorite here. We have no P. I'm sorry. See, apparently, we're the only people picking this game. I find that hard to believe.
I find that hard to believe.
CBS, that is the way it goes. Ole Miss 9-2, 7-4 is Mississippi State.
1.5 is almost as close to a pick'em as you get in college. Obviously, we have another one, a true pick'em later. I did all of these picks as I do every Wednesday on my Twitch stream, live. Talked about them. I just have almost zero reason. I mean, yes, Ole Miss defense is not great, but their offense is really good. I don't really have, and Mississippi State's offense is not really great. At 1.5, I don't have a reason to pick Mississippi State. Yes, it's not exactly easy to win on the road all the time. Especially you have two teams that are kind of evenly matched like this. Ole Miss has gotten kind of the better of the non-conference. They had a slightly easier non-conference schedule, if I remember correctly. So that's kind of why they're 9-2, and Mississippi State's 7-4. Mississippi State had a slightly more difficult non-conference schedule, and then they just kind of had a weird slump. But
right.
Again, there's no real reason for me to pick Mississippi State. So give me Ole Miss.
Yeah, I'm with you pretty much for the exact same reason. Like, I don't have a reason to pick against Ole Miss. The offense is pretty damn good. The defense, not so much, but I just feel like this is going to be one of those games. I just have a feeling. And doesn't mean I'm going to do it, but I feel like this is going to be one of those games where the spread makes no sense, and it's going to bite us in the ass.
Distinctly possible.
The way it's been going. I will take Ole Miss, but I don't know if it's a smart decision. Have zero idea. But we move on. Friday night Maction, or Friday at noon.
I was going to say, not night. I made the same mistake. I made the same mistake. Why is this game
being played at noon on Friday? Who's going to watch this?
Not me. Maybe.
I might, just because I said that.
Right.
big time MAC rivalry here. We got Eastern Michigan on the road, traveling. I believe it's called Kelly Short Stadium.
Sure.
In Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Both teams 7-4, but CMU is -8.5, and still no people. I'm sorry, but who you got?
Both teams are 5-5 against the spread.
Eek. Something's got to give.
I have been to Central Michigan games at Kelly Short Stadium.
I haven't been to a game, but I've been there.
Why that's relevant for this? It's not.
My sister's graduation, but I've been there.
Why that statement's relevant for this? It's not. Central Michigan is 4-1 at home. Eastern's 3-2 on the road. This is another one I don't really have a reason to pick Eastern. Neither of these, Northern Illinois is locked up the MAC West. Neither of these teams are playing for anything of consequence other than pride. Give me Central Michigan. Fire up, Chips.
I gotta go with the Chips as well. I don't think I picked against them all year. Can't do it now. We move into the Big Ten. So many Friday games. What the fuck is going on?
At 1:30.
What is that kickoff time? The Big Ten Network. 9-2 Iowa. Number 16 in the country. They are on the road. And they travel to whatever the fuck Nebraska Stadium is named to play the Cornhuskers.
Where they release a lot of balloons.
Yes. Gotta love pollution for no reason. Nebraska is -3.5. I find that incredibly hard to believe.
I find this spread hard to believe.
You go ahead. What are you gonna do?
Take a drink of water.
Take a drink of water, everybody.
Yep. I find this.
Just remember, high quality H2O is important.
Yes. This spread is hard to believe. But I think Nebraska will finally prove me wrong. Meaning, all year, I have been saying Nebraska's a bad team.
Yes, you have.
Or, as 11 Warriors said it, Nebraska is the best bad team.
They didn't say they were massive ass, so I'll take it.
They did not. They did not. They said Nebraska is the best 3-8 team, or at the time, the best 3-7 team. Whatever, whatever.
The best bad team.
Which that statement I can agree with. They're still bad. Scott Frost made a bad decision last week against Wisconsin. Adrian Martinez has made a lot of bad decisions all season. He hasn't been great. He's cost them games.
A lot of games.
I still don't necessarily think.
Damn near every game.
I don't think Nebraska's good. I think this will be. I said it earlier today. Nebraska. Scott Frost got extension last week. Nebraska's now searching for that kind of program-defining win. His Scott Frost in his tenure doesn't have that defining win.
No.
I think this week they get it.
They've been really putrid up until this year. And the record would say that they're still putrid, but
I don't think they're putrid. I just don't think they're good. I think every week that they've been close. They've caught teams at one of their worst weeks of the season. I think this week Nebraska kind of finally proves me wrong a little bit. They get it done. Scott Frost gets that defining win. Adrian Martinez, who is still somehow a junior, will be back next year for his 8 billionth year.
God.
Give me Nebraska.
God damn you.
Also, Iowa's offense is terrible.
God damn you.
That's the other reason.
Hopping on a Nebraska bandwagon, which means my pick of Nebraska -3.5. You're going to do the same thing you did to me with Navy, and this isn't going to happen.
Hey, I picked Nebraska last week, and you picked Wisconsin for whatever reason.
I don't understand why.
Like...
I'm fairly certain that was I don't know what happened.
That's all I'm saying about that is I picked Nebraska last week and you jumped ship over to Wisconsin.
But at the same time, I did bet Nebraska.
Okay, fair.
I picked him I picked Wisconsin in the picks, but yeah,
Fair.
I'm on Nebraska this week. Iowa's offense did show a little bit of signs of life last week, but cannot pick them here.
They're not good.
Even though they're dogs, I can't do it. I agree with you. I think this is the defining win for Scott Frost.
He needs it.
Beat a ranked team. I mean, he doesn't need it because he's got a job regardless.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm on Nebraska.
Long term, he needs it.
In a game that nobody cares about other than fans of the Cincinnati Bearcats, number 4 Cincinnati is on the road 11-0, minus 13.5 against East Carolina. I'd tell you the stadium that this game is being played in, but I don't know who you got.
They're playing in Greenville, North Carolina. That's all I know. Cincinnati is 6-4 against the spread. East Carolina is 7-2. However, I have no reason to pick East Carolina.
It's a funky spread. It's
13.5.
It's a spread that is begging for me to pick Cincinnati.
Yeah, like I have no reason to like. You're giving me less than 2 touchdowns. Cincinnati can score 2 touchdowns, win by 14. Boom, spread covered. I have 0, and I mean 0 reason to pick East Carolina because of this.
Yeah. I mean, you said it. Like, a 2 touchdown win to cover. Like, I have to take Cincinnati. Like, my duty as a bettor. Like, this is a number that I have to take for minus 13. 13.5 for Cincinnati. I have to. There's no way I could pick East Carolina.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
If that spread was at 14.5, I would consider East Carolina.
Consider it. I'd still probably pick Cincy, but I'd consider it. Where it's at now, where it's at in CBS,
can't touch East Carolina. Can't touch them.
I don't know where the spread is live right now, but with what we have in the pool, can't do it. North Carolina. They are on the road, 6-5 on the season. I cannot wait till we get the fucking people involved because these percentages make 0 sense. Nobody's picking this game.
The live spread over on FanDuel. Live spread over on FanDuel for Cincy, East Carolina is
had to have gone
up. 14.5 now.
Okay, didn't go up as much as I thought it would, but okay, it went up.
Okay, lead us in. I mean, I know you kind of have.
I kind of have North Carolina and NC State, in-state rivals, sort of, kind of. North Carolina is a dog. 6.5 is the spread against number 20, NC State.
This is an ass conference game happening on Friday night. Fitting.
God, I forgot it. I forgot NC State's in the ass conference.
Yeah. Mac Brown has a solid squad.
Yes.
They've run on some tough times. Sam Howell has not had a phenomenal year after being a preseason Heisman favorite. I like what Mac Brown has going over there. A few years ago, before Mac Brown showed up, that team was ass. This North Carolina team was ass.
North Carolina has never been good at football. Ever.
And Mac Brown's building a solid squad. It happened in 2019, 2 years ago in 2019. Actually, it may have even been last year. But I know definitely 2 years ago in 2019, Mac Brown's first year there, they lost to Clemson in double overtime. Like, Mac Brown's building a solid squad, but at 6.5, I have almost no reason to pick against NC State. And you throw onto the fact that NC State is 6-4. North Carolina State is 6-4 against the spread. North Carolina 4-6. North Carolina State has not lost a home game yet this year either. They are 6-0 at home. North Carolina has yet to win a road game. 0-3. I can't pick North Carolina, so North Carolina State, please.
I am on North Carolina.
Fair.
Do not ask me why, because I don't know.
Double fair.
But it's a hunch, and I have to go with it. Give me North Carolina.
Fair.
The number, every single thing which you just mentioned tells me not to, but I am on North Carolina.
Okay.
Like, at some point they got to figure it out. Like, not this year, obviously. This season's basically dead. I mean, I guess they're bowl eligible, but I mean,
Yeah, to play a December 19th bowl game.
probably right. Good God, give me North Carolina. You were in a tough spot with our first Saturday game. Not really. I mean, sort of, but not really. This game exists. I don't know.
Happens every year, except last year.
I already know who you're picking. I don't even know why I'm going to ask you, but I will. Florida State, who was absolutely dead in the early part of the season.
Yes.
They were terrible. I'm fairly certain I said I'd never pick them again. And yet I have in previous weeks. Florida State's on the road. They travel to the Swamp to take on Florida. Both teams 5-6. According to CBS, I mean, I guess this could be the case. I'll bring the people in. It's apparently split 50-50, although I don't believe that to be true. Florida is -1.5 at home against their in-state rivals, Florida State.
I can't.
Who do you got, even though I already know?
Florida State is ass.
Florida's also ass.
Florida is not good either. They just lost to Missouri in overtime.
Mm-hmm. This team is ranked like a month ago.
Yeah.
Dan Mullen's out.
Dan Mullen is gone. I think that's going to make a bit of a difference. I think Florida, just if it was a road game, I don't know if I'd be able to pick Florida confidently. I think because it's a home game, in Florida State, or Florida is 4-1 at home. Yes, they are 3-7 against Florida is 3-7 against the spread.
But this spread is nothing.
The spread is non-existent. Florida, the Gators they only have one loss at home, and it's to Alabama.
And that was a game they were really good in before they fucking fell off.
Tanked. Florida State doesn't travel very well. I'm taking Florida. I'm taking the Gators. Also, that Florida State offense is still kind of dead.
Okay.
They're averaging 100 yards less per game.
This game is
terrible.
Oh my God. What? I would say breaking news, but this isn't news.
Oh no.
LeBron James said some words. LeBron didn't think he deserved a suspension for the altercation with Isaiah Stewart. After, inadvertently or not, busting open a man's eye.
You know, I haven't used this button at all today.
Loser.
Whoa, you did not call LeBron a loser.
And I like LeBron.
I know you do, that's why I'm surprised.
But that suspension was deserved.
It's one game. It is one game. Get over it.
Like, that suspension was deserved.
Like, again, I'm not here to talk intent. Nothing. Your elbow/forearm busted open a man's eye. That blood pouring down his face.
Yeah.
And by the way, before we get back into the picks, because that sidetracked me. I saw that notification. I'm like, oh, good God. Had to talk about it. I completely support the Isaiah Stewart suspension of 2 games and getting more than LeBron. Because
Fair.
what his actions were not good. You want the first scuffle after that incident, fine. But running over coaches, trying to get to Lord knows who.
Chasing after LeBron down the tunnel.
Was he chasing after LeBron or somebody else?
People said he was chasing after LeBron on the internet because it was the same. I don't know though.
I don't think he was chasing after LeBron because he was ejected instantly. LeBron's ejection had to come after a review. I don't think he was chasing after LeBron. I don't know who he was chasing after, but he was chasing after somebody.
I fucking no clue.
But good God. Suspensions warranted for both.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Isaiah Stewart only got 2 games. Like, me and you were talking couple days ago, and I thought the number would be at least 10.
I didn't think he was getting any more than 10.
I mean, the way that you can't listen, like I said, the scuffle after that play, don't mind. You broke free from people trying to restrain you twice, trying to go after something. You got Mason on the PA, literally having Malice at the Palace flashbacks. Fans, stay in your seats.
Yeah.
Good God above. All right, back to the picks. Did I make my pick for Florida State, Florida yet?
No.
Florida State's the hot team.
Yeah, that is true.
They have come back from the dead, and somehow they could be bowl eligible.
Yes, that is true.
Everything in my power tells me I should pick Florida State. The hot team, I mean, and not just because Florida State's hot, because Florida is cold.
Ice cold. Coldest team in football. Right, probably.
Dead. Picking Florida. Picking Florida.
It's hard to pick. That's the thing is like, yes, it's a short travel from Tallahassee to Gainesville. It's not a long travel. But Florida State doesn't travel well for whatever reason. You're looking at a team that doesn't travel far in general.
That's not even my reasoning for making this pick. It's just, Florida. So is Dan Mullen gone?
Yes.
Like gone. Do they have an interim head coach this week?
I believe they do.
Interim head coach came. Perfect. Justifies my Florida pick. I don't necessarily think Dan Mullen was the problem. Like, he wasn't great, but at the same time, like,
yeah, Dan Mullen had the option to coach this game, but he chose to not coach it.
Did he really?
Yeah. He had the option, but he's choosing not to. Greg Knox is the interim head coach for this game.
That's a very interesting decision. Very interesting decision. I'm going to go with the interim head coach and go Florida.
Fair enough.
A rivalry game that will not be much of a game.
No.
Number 1 in the country, 11-0. Now I know CBS's people numbers are fucking wrong. There ain't no way nobody's picking this game. It's 0% versus 0%. Georgia, number 1 of the country. They are minus 35.5 on the road to take on Georgia Tech. Aren't they in the ASC conference?
Yes.
Fuck. Is this just a traditionally Week 13 game?
Same thing with Florida State. Florida State's in the ASC conference. Georgia Tech's in the ASC conference. They
Fair enough.
meet their
Why-
opposing in-state schools late.
The only question I have for that is why is Georgia Tech in the ASS conference and not in the SEC?
Why is Florida State in the ASS conference and not the SEC?
Touche.
Like, I don't have an answer to either of those questions.
Because otherwise the SEC would be 30 teams.
Yeah.
Georgia is minus 35.5. Georgia Tech's ass 3-8 on the year. Who do you got?
Is this really a question?
I don't think so. I think we're on the same page.
Georgia Tech, then? No. No.
Oh,
Georgia, give me
look,
Georgia.
It's a lot of points. It's a lot of points, and I love points. But Georgia Tech's terrible, and Georgia. I mean, this has shutout written all over it.
Yeah, Georgia could win 42-0.
Right, like the Georgia offense, just they don't put up like 2019 Oklahoma numbers and win games like 60-some to 3. But their offense is solid. 33 or 35.5 points. I
For an
can't
offense, Georgia's offense has kind of turned it on late with a couple big wins. They're averaging 38 points a game, 39 points a game.
This is easy.
Their defense is allowing a touch, somehow 7.6 now. I don't think Georgia Tech's going to score 7.
I don't believe they will either. Ohio State, Michigan is next on our list.
We'll skip over that.
We'll do that last. Oh boy. We're back to the Big Ten.
Yeah, we are.
A battle for bowl eligibility in the Big Ten. Maryland at 5-6. They are minus 1.5 as they travel to the birthplace to take on stupid Rutgers. Who gets bowl eligible, sir?
I said this earlier. I really wish I could take Greg Schiano and Rutgers.
No.
I really wish I could. What Greg Schiano has done for this team since he left Ohio State, he left Rutgers and then went to Ohio State, and then he left Ohio State to go back to Rutgers. What he's done for this team has been kind of impressive. You're looking at a team a few years ago that couldn't even win a Big Ten game.
They didn't win a Big Ten game for a very long time.
5 years. And then they beat Michigan State last year. Yes, Michigan State had a down year. They almost beat Michigan last year. Yes, Michigan had a down year.
That was with Joe Milton for a half.
Yes. Yes.
And then Cade came in and saved us.
Yes. You're right. It's that defense still kind of collapsed because Michigan did end up taking the lead late against Rutgers, and then Rutgers came back to force overtime.
Down year for Michigan all
It was.
around.
It was a down year.
Should have never started Joe Milton. I would have loved Dylan McCaffrey.
Like I said, you're right. Michigan had a down year. There's no arguing that. Moral of the story,
Thank God,
though.
this is 2021, and that doesn't matter anymore.
Yes. Moral of the story: this Rutgers team under Greg Schiano in his second year has come a way.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
But I can't pick Rutgers this year.
No.
I don't want to pick Tuilia Tagovailoa in Maryland. I don't. This pick's probably good. This is probably going to come back and bite me.
Can I bring up the matchup analysis? This is the thing. Let me see what we got. Wide receiver out from Maryland. A lot of defensive injuries for
Rutgers.
Rutgers. I'm on stupid Rutgers again, man.
I'm on Maryland, unfortunately.
I'm on the fucking hype train for stupid Rutgers. I was on it, then I was off it, now I'm on it again. Stupid Rutgers. Give me stupid Rutgers to win. I mean, honestly, with this spread 1.5, I mean, you're basically picking them to win. Give me stupid Rutgers at home.
Yeah, fair.
We have, you mentioned earlier, 1.5 was about as close to a pick'em as we get in college. We have a true one here.
Yes.
Penn State travels to East Lansing and Spartan Stadium to take on the Michigan State Spartans. And in this pick'em, Penn State is the half-a-point favorite. I don't know how. I don't know what's going on. What do you say?
Do you want to bring the people into this?
Oh, yeah, we have true people. I forgot, because we've had nothing for numbers on them.
We've had
the
like no
entirety
people
of the
all
pick.
day.
74% of the people are on number 12, Michigan State, at home against Penn State. Penn State.
Some people would say I'm a man of the people. And in this case, they're right.
Mm-hmm.
At the woodshed, I don't know why it's called the woodshed.
Stop.
With
Don't do that.
The deep end somewhere in Michigan Spartan State Stadium.
The deep end is their student section, apparently.
I don't know why.
They put a banner up to tell everybody.
With all of the Rocket Mortgage branding plastered all over the place and the 2014 Rose Bowl champions plastered all over the place, or 2013, whatever year it was.
You guys get to go there next year. Have fun. They'll probably still be displaying all that. 2014 Rose Bowl champions in 2022.
With all of the Rocket Mortgage branding plastered all over creation.
And Mel Tucker.
And Mel Tucker. Yeah, all over the place. And Mel Tucker. And the field. And everywhere. Give me the Michigan State Spartans. It will be next year, probably. Let's be honest.
It'll be their new midfield logo.
Rocket Mortgage. Oh, God. Give me Michigan State.
Michigan State Rocket Mortgages. I'm on Michigan State, as much as I don't want to be.
You can't pick Penn State.
No. They got a defense, but at the same time, you basically didn't play Kenneth Walker a week ago. If he's healthy, he's probably going to run all over Penn State's defense, as good as it is.
Especially with two of Penn State's best defensive players, PJ Mustipher and Adizia Isaac, defensive tackle, defensive end, they're still out.
Right.
Yeah.
So, give me Michigan State in this. That's easy. Why did I include this? Oregon State. I know why I included this, but who cares?
Yeah, why did you
Oregon
include
State.
this?
I don't know. In-state rivalry. Week
Okay.
13.
Fair enough, I guess.
Oregon State. They are plus 3.5, and now I can finally use this line appropriately. They head to the Cavern.
They're plus what?
Autzen Stadium. Plus 7.5. What did I say?
3.5. I was like, CBS is broke?
I read a spread wrong.
Okay. I was just confused. I was confused and worried for a second. I was like,
7.5. Oregon State's plus 7.5 at Oregon at the Cavern at Autzen Stadium. That's not Brent Musburger. Fucking Oregon. They're 9-2 in the year. Oregon State's 6-4, and we have people. 81% of the people are on number 11. Oregon in this game to cover the 7.5.
I can't take I don't have a good enough reason to take Oregon State.
Mm-mm.
So give me Oregon.
Oregon State is bowl eligible. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
But Oregon State is not Utah. They will not beat Oregon. Give me the Ducks and whatever fucking jersey they're going to wear. Back to the Big Ten. FS1 at 3:30 on Saturday. The dead Indiana Hoosiers at 2-9 on the year. They travel to the death that is fucking West Lafayette.
Ross Art Stadium. Yeah.
Purdue at home minus 15.5. Who you got?
Well, because Purdue's at home with their devil magic, their voodoo, their black magic, their dark arts, and Indiana's dead already.
Already, they've been dead since week 3.
They've been dead since week 1.
I mean, they took the L in week 1 and week 2. I'm fairly certain.
No, they won week 2 because they played an FCS team. Then they lost to they blew a lead against Cincinnati at home in week 3.
Fair.
I mean, they lost to Iowa by a bazillion.
They've been dead for a very long time.
15.5 Purdue's that hammer. Give me Purdue. I can't pick Indiana.
There is zero. This is where the people somehow it might make sense, because according to CBS, 100% of the people are on Purdue. I feel like it's wrong, but at the same time, I believe it.
I would not be surprised. Let's move on.
Give me Purdue. Number 3, Alabama. Shout out Horace, Roll Tide. They are on the road, minus 19.5. The Iron Bowl. At Auburn. Auburn 6-5. Does Auburn give them a game, or do they not?
Are you gonna say it?
Massive ass? I don't know.
No. Are you gonna bring the people up?
Oh, the people!
We have people again.
We do have people again. 60% of the people are on Alabama, opposed to 40 for Auburn.
Some people say
I'm a man of the people.
Some people say I'm a man of the people.
Who are those people, by the way?
I don't know. Haven't met them.
I'll say it. You're a man of the people.
There we go. I've met one. In this case, though, those people are wrong, because Nick Saban and Alabama have problems. Hang on, I have it somewhere. There it is. Alabama has
problems.
No, you did not.
You
did not put Rick Allen in there.
I did.
Yes, let's go.
I did. Just for instances like this.
Let's fucking go.
Auburn may not win, but they're going to cover. Give me Auburn.
Likely won't. Man, with what Auburn's done the last couple weeks, I don't want to do this, but I'm with you. Like,
Alabama hasn't been convincing the past few weeks, other than against New Mexico State.
Yeah. Somewhere, Tim the Toolman Taylor is rejoicing. I'm on Auburn, man. I've been saying for weeks, I think this game could be tough. And you're giving me 19.5? Fucking, let's go. I mean, Auburn's probably going to lose by 50, but...
Just to spite us.
Uh-huh. I'm on Bama. Big Ten, again. The shit fest of the Big Ten. This week, this season. Northwestern is plus 6.5, 3-8 on the year, and they take on Brett Bielema and the very inconsistent Illinois Fighting Illini.
And Brandon Peters.
Brandon Peters playing?
I believe so.
Probably. I don't know.
Because I believe Art Sikowski's still dead with that horrific arm injury he took against Penn State.
Northwestern plus 6.5. Who you got in the shit fest?
I've said it a lot. Pat Fitzgerald of Northwestern, their head coach, phenomenal head coach, does a lot with the talent, with what he has. Phenomenal leader of young men.
Yes.
I love me some Pat Fitzgerald. Phenomenal guy. Class guy. Everybody who is a intelligent human being that's a fan of a Big Ten team says the same thing. Everybody.
Literally, dude, nobody has a bad thing to say about Pat Fitzgerald. I swear.
If they have a working brain.
Right.
I'm sure there's some idiot somewhere that, I don't like Pat. What?
I guarantee you, even though it's incredibly wrong, some Northwestern fan somewhere wants Pat Fitzgerald fired.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't even just talking Northwestern fans. I'm sure they're, yeah.
Well, I know, but like...
Oh, yeah, 100%.
We're 3-8 of the year, man. This sucks. Fire Pat Fitzgerald.
Because of how much I love Pat Fitzgerald, now how I believe he is a phenomenal coach. And I think Brett Bielema is a fucking terrible coach. And
so many chances. Wisconsin, big program. Arkansas, not a big program, but in the SEC, and he failed.
Brett Bielema, also not a good leader of young men, sleeping with college co-eds.
Urban Meyer. But they didn't sleep with her, that we know of.
I'm not saying Urban Meyer's a excellent role model, but Brett Bielema, 100% we know, was doing it.
Right.
And Brett Bielema's just a terrible fucking head coach. Pat Fitzgerald's going to outcoach him. Northwestern's going to beat Illinois. Give me Northwestern.
God damn it. Why do we have to do this? Again.
Also,
we're on the same page again.
Also, Illinois quarterback Brandon Peters is not great.
Well, he was a thing at Michigan. He existed.
Was he good at Michigan?
Nope. I mean, he was. I don't have a word to describe what he was at Michigan. He won us a game, and good for him for transferring, because Shea Patterson came in and he was never gonna play again. So.
Yeah.
Good for him. I'm on Northwestern too. Illinois makes no sense. Northwestern does not have a lot of talent, but I'm banking this pick solely on Pat Fitzgerald. Because Brett Bielema is he just sucks. Like, let's be honest. Illinois should have never fired Lovie Smith. I love Lovie Smith and his beard. Give me Northwestern. More Big Ten stupidity. Number 14. How the fuck did they climb so high? Number 14, Wisconsin, is -6.5 on the road, traveling to the boat. I don't know if I doubt that's what Minnesota fans call their stadium. PJ Flex there, and I'm going to call it the boat.
Fair.
They play Minnesota, the Golden Gophers. -6.5 is Wisconsin. 8-3 on the season is Wisconsin. 7-4 is Minnesota. And this is a believable people number. 75% of the people are on Wisconsin.
So, fun fact, I was doing some research on this game. If Minnesota wins this game and then gets some help, they're in if Minnesota wins this game and gets some help, they're in the Big Ten championship.
I had no idea. Holy shit.
Because that's how bad the Big Ten West is.
It's so bad.
Now, with that being said,
all right.
Minnesota needs to win. They need Nebraska to win, and
the leaders and legends. Not the names, but the conferences.
Yeah,
we gotta do something. That Big Ten West sucks massive ass.
Confirmed. Minnesota, if they win this game, and then if Purdue wins, and then if Nebraska wins, Minnesota's in.
Jesus.
However,
Wow.
However, I think Wisconsin gets this done, covers the spread, wins by a touchdown or more.
I have no reason to pick Minnesota. I don't.
If Mohamed Ibrahim was playing, which Mohamed Ibrahim did say he's going to come back for 2022. God, I hope Ohio State does not play them.
Michigan probably will. We didn't play them this year. Low brown jug back up for grabs. But I can't. I want to pick. If Minnesota fucking pulls this off, I swear, and gets into the Big Ten title game, whoa.
Fuck.
Like, holy shit.
That would be crazy after losing Mohamed Ibrahim to that ruptured Achilles, and then they essentially lose their star player and they're able to still get in.
Insane. I will go with Wisconsin though. I can't pick Minnesota. They've kind of been a dud lately. So I will go Wisconsin, although I will root for Minnesota to beat them. I do like I just like PJ Fleck.
Yeah.
I shouldn't, because they are a quote unquote rival of Michigan, but just ass. Just ass. I have no other words to describe that but ass. 4 p.m. rather, on the, according to CBS, Pac-12 Networks, Arizona 1-10, plus 20.5 against 7-3 Arizona State. I threw this in here simply because it was an in-state thing. Go.
Give me Herm Edwards in Arizona State. Arizona is ass.
They celebrated winning one game this year, so can't do it. Another in-state rivalry, by the way, Arizona State, if I didn't make it clear.
Yeah.
Kentucky, who was okay, I guess, for a little bit. They're 8-3. They're plus 2.5. Traveling to the American Conference team in Louisville. Louisville's still in the American Conference, right?
I believe so.
Okay. In-state rivalry again. Kentucky, plus 2.5 at Louisville. Who you got?
I don't really have a reason to pick Louisville. You look at some of the key statistics. Louisville scores 3 more points a game, and gains 60-ish more yards per game, but they're playing in a weaker conference. Kentucky's
this fucking go ahead.
Kentucky's
this game breaks my brain.
Kentucky has a better defense. They're giving up about 3 points less and 50 yards less, though. Kentucky plays in a tougher conference. The American Athletic Conference isn't that tough. Give me Kentucky.
On Kentucky. God damn it. Clemson. Somehow ranked again. Number 23 in the country. They are minus 11.5 against an SEC team in South Carolina. People. 56% of the people are on Clemson.
I can't pick Clemson. Like, that Clemson offense is so bad.
Are you sure?
I can't pick Clemson. Give me South Carolina.
But South Carolina's bad.
Both teams are bad.
But South Carolina's bad.
I'm not picking Clemson. I'll live to regret it. 100% will live to regret it. But Clemson is also... That Clemson offense is putrid.
You probably... I am unfortunately taking Clemson. One of the rare times this year I am. South Carolina is not good.
Clemson is 3-7
Weird
against the
spread.
spread, by the way.
I know. They were 0 against the spread a couple of weeks ago.
Until they played UConn.
Mm-hmm. And even that was close. I'm gonna say Clemson. It's a weird number. They're in my mind, they're still 0 against the spread, and this is a weird spread. So I'm just gonna take them and hope for the best.
Fair.
2 more games, or rather 3 more games. We got Michigan and Ohio State to get to. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. Bedlam. Oklahoma State is the host this year. They are -3.5. Both teams 10-1. Oklahoma State number 7 in the country. The Sooners number 10. The people sort of split. 59% are on Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma's not going to win this game.
Mm-mm. Will they cover?
Also, no. Give me Oklahoma State. Mike Gundy is...
Come after me! I'm a man! I'm
A man,
40.
he's 40?
He's a little older than 40, but he is a man.
I'm a man! I'm 40!
He's a little older than that now, but give me Mike Gundy and
That
Oklahoma
happened.
State.
That happened so long ago.
I
I'm
know.
on Oklahoma State as well. Oklahoma has not looked good, but yet they're still top 10. Cool stuff. Great. The committee's working. Great.
Committee's doing their job.
Yeah. Final college game out of our 20. Number 6, Notre Dame is -17.5. Or sorry, not final game. We got a game to get to.
Final non-important game.
One would say the game. Notre Dame is -17.5, 10-1 on the year. On the road, however, against Stanford, 83% of the people are on the Fighting Irish.
I don't
as
want.
Brent Musburger would say.
I don't want to take Notre Dame, but I don't have a reason to take Stanford.
Mhm.
So give me Notre
We
Dame.
We are on the same page on a lot of stuff. I am on Notre Dame, and now
A game we won't be on the
on.
same page for. I would assume.
literally why are we even picking this game? We know what's going to happen, but I will set the stage anyway. Number 2, Ohio State, 10-1 on the year. They travel to the Big House, the hole that Yost dug, whatever you want to call it, to take on Michigan. Ohio State, -7.5. A nice percent of the people are on Ohio State.
And what's even better, the math adds up on this one.
I'm surprised because CBS has done that to us before.
I'm surprised.
where
Like,
it has been 101%.
I'm surprised. Do I really have to say anything? I mean-
Okay, great. Let's move on. You're picking Michigan to cover. Good stuff.
I am not.
I figured.
Unless Fielding Yost comes out and poltergeists a chair at CJ Stroud from the sky.
How long have you been waiting to use that line?
A long
What the
time.
hell was that?
I stole that from Threat Level from week 1 of the season.
Christ.
So I've been waiting to use that since week 1 of the season. Did you like that one?
It was it shocked me. Like, in what world, in what part of someone's brain did that come out?
Whoever writes Threat Level for 11 Warriors. Actually, that may have even come from before week 1. That may have been preseason threat level.
I would assume threat level has gone up.
It has a little bit, as it always does right the week before the game.
Well, not last year, but
well, yeah.
we were ass.
No, I've been saving that line for a while.
I had a feeling like, holy fuck. Oh god.
I've been saving because I read that and I just loved it because it was hilarious.
Poltergeist, what the fuck?
Oh my god. Oh god. Where was I?
Taking a game.
Oh yeah, yep. Fielding Yost poltergeisting a chair at CJ Stroud's head. Where he's gonna get the chair from in Michigan Stadium, I don't know, because they don't have chairs.
I mean, maybe there's a chair on the sideline. I don't know.
Gets it from the fucking coach's booth.
You're gonna take the elevator up to the top level of that box to go fucking murder Josh Gaddis and take a chair?
No.
Not you, but somebody.
Oh, Fielding Yost ghost. Oh god. Oh, we're so.
The bulldozer that's buried underneath Michigan Stadium somehow surfaces and takes out CJ Stroud.
We've gotten so far away from.
We haven't, though.
I know, right?
There is a bulldozer down there.
Yeah, there is. Fuck. God damn it.
Take the goddamn game. You don't know what I know what you're saying.
I will go out and say if it's gonna happen, this would be the year Michigan does it.
Yeah.
Young team. Ohio State has a young team. Has a relatively young team. Michigan has a slightly older, more experienced team.
Mm-hmm.
This would be the year Michigan does it. However, on the other side, I don't know if Michigan's defense is solid. I'll admit that.
Yes. That is the difference maker for sure.
I don't think I'm not stupid enough to admit that. I'm not stupid enough to say they're not good. Michigan's defense is solid.
Literally, rankings, where they place in the country, and like at the same time, like I'm not stupid enough to admit or to say that Ohio State's offense is good.
Yeah. However, I don't know if Michigan's defense is going to be able to keep Ohio State from scoring a lot of points.
No, I mean, they're going to score.
Ohio State's going to score a lot of points. And that's where I think Michigan's going to run. I'm giving like real analysis here. I think that's where Michigan's going to run into trouble. I don't know if Michigan's offense is good enough to keep up. Unless they play full ball control and have 8-minute drives. And I just don't know if Michigan can do it.
I think that's the goal.
I would assume it's the goal.
This to me seems very much like just run the ball as much as you can. If it doesn't work, then you got a problem. But
because can we both agree on this? Cade McNamara is not going to win this game for Michigan. For Michigan, I mean. Let me rephrase it. If Cade McNamara has to throw 40 times, it's probably not a good sign for Michigan.
I'm not certain because the Ohio State pass defense statistically isn't phenomenal.
They performed good against Purdue.
They did. Well, they did, but I'm so scared of Aiden O'Connell and Jack Plummer.
I mean, Aiden O'Connell threw for 600 yards against Michigan State.
Because it's Michigan State.
I don't care about that. 600 yards is still impressive against anybody.
They don't know how to cover people.
600 yards. 600. You have to also admit 600 yards is still impressive.
Oh yeah, it for sure is. I'm not
Like-
I'm not trying to say that it's not.
But back to the point, I don't think Michigan's defense is going to keep Ohio State from scoring a shit ton. Are they going to score 49.5? I don't know. Will Ohio State probably score 49 total? I would not be shocked. I don't know if
49 total. I don't think they're going to do that. I think this is a very Penn State game for you guys. What did you guys score in the Penn State game?
27.
I think we're around that territory. Just because Penn State had a real defense. Michigan has a real defense. I'll call it that.
Fair.
Top 10.
Yeah, they do have a top 10 defense in the country.
So and we have a better offense than Penn State.
Yes.
So I think this game on paper goes in that direction.
I can see that. And I could agree with that.
I'm thinking even if Michigan loses, I'm thinking maybe 35-27.
It's fair.
Something like that.
I'm
Hammer
picking
the under.
I'm picking Ohio State.
I'm picking Michigan.
What
the fuck else do you want me to do?
Even as a neutral fan, I would pick Ohio State because I just don't. At 7.5, I don't see enough. I just don't know if Michigan can stop Ohio State enough to cover.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to stop the number one offense of the country. It really is.
Teams Penn State couldn't even really do it.
They did more so than anybody else. Even more so than Oregon, honestly, in my opinion. But
yeah. Oregon didn't do it. Ohio State just kind of.
So that's where I'm at. With Ohio State, just the defense that they saw with Penn State. Michigan's defense is not far behind, and we have a better offense. So I'm thinking.
I would agree with that.
Honestly, I'm thinking under on this game. If I was betting on this game, I'm thinking under.
I'm looking at one other thing real quick. No, Ohio State scored 33 against Penn State, by the way.
Yeah, still whatever.
Part of Ohio State's issue with that game was they had 10 penalties for a shit ton of yards.
I mean, it's a problem, but
yeah,
it's part of the game.
Yeah, it happens. I can't.
So obviously, I'm picking Michigan.
Yes.
Before we move on to the NFL, I just don't hope. I hope that the officials are not a talking point of this game.
God, so do I.
I don't want that. Whether it benefits Michigan or it doesn't, I don't want the officials to be a part of it.
I agree. I'm gonna let you go before we get to the NFL picks. If you have anything else to say, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick because we still got NFL picks and Champion Chump one for the road. I'll be back in a second.
I can ramble. So, just for me, for Michigan, on paper, you look at the game, and Michigan doesn't have the offense that Ohio State does, but Ohio State doesn't have the defense that Michigan does, statistically speaking. So, that's where I think, okay, Ryan Day can say he wants to score 100 on Michigan. Cool stuff. He ain't gonna. Ain't nobody. When's the last time somebody scored 100 in Division I? That's great. By the way, while Austin's gone, let's just throw this in. Ohio State fans are taking offense to Cade McNamara saying that he will take advantage of Ohio State's 90-something ranked passing defense. But seemingly no Ohio State fans have any problem with Ryan Day saying he's going to put 100 on Michigan. Cool stuff. But we'll move on. It's a rough spot being a Michigan fan in this scenario. Like, I do believe this game will be close. I don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, the defense is there, but that Ohio State offense is there.
I'm back.
Might be a shootout. Hello.
I also want to add two last things. Yes, I hope that the officials are not a talking point. So it's actually three, because you already touched that. I agree with you there.
Because listen, it's been years now, and some fans still think daily about JT Barrett being short.
Yeah, I wish that would just be done. It's never going to be.
It's never gonna be, because even still to this day, like, and we're never going to get a definitive answer.
Because there is no definitive answer. Number two.
No, for real.
I hope that, first off, we have Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt on the call since it's on Fox. I hope that pylon that was on Twitter that said, that Michigan fan pylon that was on Twitter that said Gus Johnson was biased to Michigan State. I hope to God he doesn't pop up and say that about Ohio State.
He won't watch the game. What an absolute moron.
Like, if that guy pops up, I might go find him and just punch him in the head.
I gotta see if I can find that screenshot again and find his Twitter. Honestly. like, what an absolute joke. Lifelong Michigan fan. Gus Johnson was born in Michigan.
Yeah.
And is a lifelong Michigan fan.
Also, yes.
And that moron had I want to say the balls. Won't even say the balls. He had the stupid fucking traffic cone of a brain to say that Gus Johnson is biased towards MSU. Cool stuff.
Stupid. And lastly, can we both agree that Ryan Day is probably a better coach than Jim Harbaugh?
Oh, why do you do that? Why?
Is that a semi-agreeable point? Because this actually is bringing into a real talking point. A real thing that I was going to say.
I would say, yeah, but, like, at the same time, I mean, just the amount of talent that Ohio State gets, there's no definitive answer.
I mean, Michigan still gets the same 5-star talent.
To be fair, okay, there is a definitive answer, but we get the 5-star talent, but coaching staff all around, not focused on Harbaugh, coaching staff all around in years past has not done anything with that talent.
Agreed.
This year, it's all new except Harbaugh. Like,
yes, and Josh Gaddis.
Yeah. Glad you covered that. I was getting there. Yeah, Harbaugh and Josh Gaddis are the only holdovers from this staff, other than maybe some no-name that I don't even know is on the staff. I don't know. Right now, yeah, Ryan Day's better.
Okay, the reason I'm saying this, and this may come as weird from an Ohio State fan, I hope this is not some game where Harbaugh goes out and just sucks. And gets completely...
Yeah, because you don't want that.
I do hope that, like, obviously I want Ohio State to win.
But you want them to win because they're the better team, not because their head coach, the Michigan's head coach, does something dumb.
I don't necessarily want Jim Harbaugh and go out and play against Ohio State and pull a Mel Tucker and just leave his brain at home.
There is no goddamn chance.
I don't want Jim Harbaugh just to leave his brain at home with his wife.
That's where I'm at with that game, your game last week. Like, what the fuck was Mel Tucker doing? Injured or not? If he's injured, don't play him.
Yeah.
Say he's out.
Yeah.
Say Walker's out.
Yeah.
Not just give him the ball 6 times and then not. Well, it's okay. Hey, here's $100 million.
Yeah. Like, I do hope Harbaugh doesn't just get the floor completely wiped with him. I do think Ryan Day will probably outcoach him. I don't think it's going to be super egregious. I don't think it's going to be like... Go ahead.
This is the closest I think that we've been in quite some time.
I would agree with that. Like I said, I don't necessarily... Go ahead, finish.
I mean, we're even if we lose to you guys on Saturday, like, top 10 team, like, it's there. Like, that it's there, and I just hope Harbaugh doesn't fuck. Even if we lose, just don't let it be on Harbaugh. Like, he wants to talk about this culture change. Okay, cool. Go out and prove it.
And that's where I'm at with Harbaugh. Why I do 100%, and I don't know. My hand's not as nearly much on the pulse of Michigan football as it is Ohio State. There is a culture around Ohio State about winning this game, and not just really even about winning this game, about going out and just winning in general. And Harbaugh goes out and says there's a culture change, and as of right now, I mean, yes, you could go off what Cade McNamara said during the Nebraska game last year. Those are the kind of games Michigan used to lose.
This year, but yes.
Earlier this year, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Those are the kind of games Michigan loses against, like, Nebraska or Penn State. Yes, that is true. That there is some change. I don't necessarily buy it yet.
If Michigan goes out and is competitive against a team that is on paper better, if they're competitive and they don't just suck fuck in the
for 4 hours
terms I know how to put, like, then we're on to something.
Yes, I would agree.
Like, I don't think a win necessarily is the end all be all. But if you can go out and be in the game versus Ohio State, then we're on to something. I think.
I would agree with that. Let's move on to the picks.
Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
don't get me wrong. I want to win, but I want to win, and I think they're capable if they have their best game of the year. But
yeah, you're also a realist, though. There's a chance it might not happen.
There's a chance it might not happen because that Ohio State offense can murder people.
Yeah, they're a nuclear-powered buzzsaw.
NFL picks. Let's go.
Yeah, we could go on for a long time about this game, but let's not.
We could go on, but then we wouldn't get any sleep, and that's not good.
Yeah.
We got some Thanksgiving games. Let's go at 12:30 on the network, probably Fox. The Detroit Football Lions. 9-1 on the year. They are plus 3.5 at home, obviously, against the Chicago Bears. I'm not even going to bring the people into this because they're kind of split. Who do you got?
I am looking at some things. Apparently, 8 hours ago, according to NBC Sports, George McCaskey told Matt Nagy to start Justin Fields. That was 8 hours ago.
Yes.
Don't
do it, Chicago.
However, according to ChicagoBears.com senior writer Larry Mayer, Justin Fields has officially been ruled out today.
So in other words, we have no fucking clue.
I don't think we know. I'm trying to see if I can find anything else real quick before I make this decision. Because
Oh, so it's close. I see.
yes. And right now when I made my picks earlier on stream, I trying to see if I can find anything. Pride of Detroit has Justin Fields listed as out. Pro Football Talk has Akeem Hicks and Justin Fields listed as out.
He's out there.
CBS has him listed as out.
Say what you will about Florio and Pro Football Talk, but like he's not going to report something that's just factually inaccurate.
CBS has him listed as out now too. So that being said, I think if the Detroit Lions are going to win a game this year, and I said it earlier on my stream, if Detroit's going to win a game this year, it's going to be this game. So give me the Lions.
On the Lions as well.
Their schedule doesn't get any easier. If they're going to win, it has to be this game.
Right. And I think that, like, just the feeling of the Thanksgiving game, like, that Ford Field's going to be packed. A lot of energy going to go on there. I'm on the Lions. And not just the cover. I think they win this game.
I believe so too.
Don't call me a homer, not you, but don't call me a Homer Lions fan, people that are listening. But they are, I mean, the Bears aren't good either. So
I think the only way the Lions lose this game is if Dan Campbell has some questionable play calling decisions.
Well, and he admitted that he's learning with that sort of stuff. Like he's taken the mistakes that he's made and he's trying to get better. So we'll see if he got better this week. I'm on the Lions. Let's try and power through these. Raiders are on the road, going to Jerry World to take on the Cowboys. Cowboys -7.5. Who cares?
The Raiders are bad. Give me Dallas.
The Buffalo Bills. This is for whatever reason the Thursday or the Thanksgiving Sunday Night Football game.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
Who the fuck? What? God damn it. Bills on the road, going to the Superdome to take on the Saints. Saints +4.5. Who got?
The Saints just look terrible against the Philadelphia Eagles, so give me Buffalo. Buffalo's good at turning it around at some point.
Bills look terrible against the Colts, but I'm on Buffalo.
Colts are a better team than Philadelphia.
Who cares special of the week? The 4-6 Atlanta Falcons on the road to take on 2-8 Jacksonville Jaguars. It's a pickup. Yay.
Jaguars are bad. Jags are getting a half point, or Atlanta's a half-point favorite. Jacksonville's bad. I can't pick Jacksonville. Give me Atlanta.
Don't know what to do, which means I'm doing the thing that I shouldn't do, which is taking the Jags. Don't know where Cordero Patterson's going to be, if he's going to play. The Jags just kind of show up in random weeks. I'm just banking on them showing up this week, honestly. Whole reason for picking them.
Fair.
Essentially, another Who Cares special. The 5-6 Carolina Panthers on the road to take on the Miami Dolphins. Basically a pick 'em. Panthers -1.5. Who you got?
Christian McCaffrey's gonna be playing for the Panthers, and then you have Cam Newton. Give me the Panthers.
Well, he'll be playing for half a game until he tries too hard and gets hurt. I am still on the Panthers, though. The Dolphins are. I feel like the Panthers are better than the Dolphins.
Yeah.
The Dolphins stink. Speaking of stink, a battle of 2-8 teams. The New York goddamn Jets are on the road, traveling to NRG Stadium to take on the Texans. And the Texans are, for whatever goddamn reason, favored.
The Texans are favored because Joe Flacco's out.
No!
COVID.
Not Flacco. Oh, Jesus Christ. Of course.
He's out because of COVID protocols, I believe, is what I saw earlier. Mike White out. COVID protocols.
Make me so. Don't make me pick the Texans. Don't.
So meaning our quarterback, or your quarterback for the New York Football Jets is
Ass pants.
Zach Wilson. However,
Wait, what?
Zach Wilson apparently will be playing.
Okay.
Who he's not good. If you have $16 and you're in the Houston area,
Oh, no.
don't go to this game. I don't know what's in Houston, but
Not Astroworld.
gotta be something better than this.
Used to be across the street, but, the world happens. R.I.P. Astroworld.
This game's gotta be better. I'm taking Houston. There's just too many questions for New York.
Too many questions for so many of these teams. I'm on the Jets. I don't even know why. Both these teams suck massive ass.
Confirmed.
Don't care. The 5-6 Philadelphia Eagles are -3.5 against the Giants.
I don't believe Jason Garrett was the problem.
No.
So firing him is not going to help the Giants. Give me the Eagles.
Nah. Eagles. Easy. Steelers at the Bengals. Bengals -4.5.
It's hard to beat the same team twice.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go with the same fact that I haven't really, for the most part, have not picked teams that the Bengals have beaten this year.
Nah.
Which is awkward because the Bengals have beaten the Steelers.
Yes.
The Bengals actually looked pretty good against Las Vegas last week in a game they needed. The Steelers have just kind of been existing, I guess is a good way to put it. They haven't been great against a couple of teams that are not good.
In a game they need.
Steelers do need this game. The Bengals need it just as bad, though.
Never mind. Okay.
What's up?
Discord broke for a second. Glad you're here. I am on the Bengals.
As am I.
Sweet stuff.
I am also on the Bengals.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They are on the road to take on the Indianapolis Colts in the house that Peyton Manning built. Colts +2.5.
I really want to take Indy, but I can't. Give me Tampa.
Shit. I'm also on Tampa. Ass. Patriots. They host the Tennessee Titans. Patriots are -6.5. Good Lord above. Go.
Apparently OBS disconnected for a second.
Fun.
And then it just reconnected. Real quick, we missed. We're both picking Cincinnati, and we're both picking Tampa, correct?
Cincinnati, Tampa, yes.
Because apparently it only disconnected for a few seconds, so probably just missed those two games. There we go.
Thank you, OBS.
Thanks, OBS. We are at Tennessee at New England. New England's a 6.5 point favorite. Give me New England.
After what Tennessee did last week, can't pick Tennessee. Give me the Patriots. 6-4, San Diego, LA Chargers. They're on the road to take on the Denver Broncos. Broncos plus 2.5. The people, 74% of the people are on the Chargers. Who you got?
I'm on the Chargers too.
All right, fair.
If Denver was actually, better.
In years past. Matthew Stafford and the LA Chargers.
Rams.
Rams, not the Chargers. We just had the Chargers. Oops. The LA Rams. Matthew Stafford and the LA Chargers. Jesus Christ. The Rams. With Matthew Stafford, go to a place that Stafford is very familiar with, and that's Lambeau Field. Rams are plus 1.5.
Green Bay has to be better. They're gonna win. I think they're gonna win.
Also, the Rams have to be better.
They do. But after what we saw last week, and then against Minnesota, where they just weren't phenomenal, couldn't finish it, and then what we saw a couple weeks ago against Seattle, where they just kind of existed, I feel like I'm going to take the Packers.
On the Rams, just in terms of talent, I have to.
Fair.
Like, they did. Like, they're too good not to.
That
Right?
is-
Goddamn. Last 4:00 game, the Minnesota Vikings 5-5. They take on San Francisco 49ers, who were 5-5. Niners minus 2.5.
Oh,
People.
boy.
53% of the people are on the Niners, 47% on the Vikings.
It is hard to win on the road, and you throw in the fact that San Francisco's hot right now.
A little bit.
They were dead up until a few weeks ago.
They were dead, now they're hot again, yes.
So give me San Francisco.
I'm on the Vikings, man. They just beat the Packers. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm going to take the Vikings. Vikings get over 500. Let's go. Sunday Night Football. AFC Shitfest. Browns. On their own. Playing the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens minus 4.5. Nice percentage of the people are on the Ravens.
Yeah. Baker, as always, is still as he has been all season, still listed as questionable. He'll play. Lamar apparently.
will. No, he shouldn't.
Lamar apparently is good to go. He's practiced. He's gonna be good to go.
Should be.
Give me Baltimore.
I don't pick against the people when they have a nice percentage. I will go Baltimore.
Fair.
And then Monday Night Football, the Who the Fuck Cares special. The Seattle Seahawks 3-7. They take on the football team. Football team. Oh God, this is a pick'em. Oh my God. Who cares pick'em?
Fuck.
God. What do you got?
At some point, Seattle's gonna win a game. Russell Wilson's gonna be good at football again. And he's just gonna. Him and DK Metcalf are just gonna force this team into winning. So,
Is this the week?
I think so.
All right. Well, with that being said, give me the football team.
Fair enough.
Russell Wilson in the Seahawks in his games back has not looked good whatsoever.
That's fair enough.
In any facet of the game. So, and the football team's hot. So I'm gonna take the football team. And those, mercifully, all the picks. I'm never doing 20 games of college again.
Whew. That was a grind. Okay.
Champ Chump of the Week.
It's time for champ and chump of the week. Do you want to go first?
Not necessarily.
Oh, well, that's awkward. I can go then.
I mean, at this point, go.
My champ of the week is a man who plays for the Italian Serie A team Roma. He is a 18-year-old forward. He has made 3 appearances for Roma and has scored 2 goals. He is from Ghana. It's distinctly possible he could be the next U.S. men's national team killer from Ghana. But that's all right. This week's not that game. Yeah.
Pity Cox.
That's irrelevant for now. My champ of the week is Felix Afenia-Guyon. He got called up to Roma's senior team on October 24th. That was his debut against Napoli. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. That's when he got called up. His first appearance was on the 27th against Cagliari. He came off the bench on the 21st of November, just a couple days ago, to score, and this was by a couple days ago, I mean on Sunday. He scored 2 late goals against Genoa to give Roma a 2-0 win. 18 years old, he's really good at soccer. And then just to make things a bit better, you could throw, and this is a 2-for-1 almost, Jose Mourinho told the young man that if he were to score a goal against Genoa, Mourinho would buy him a new pair of cleats. Mourinho followed through on that promise, bought him a pair of cleats that cost €800. And
A little pretty penny.
Felix Afenia-Guyon, happiest man in the world when that happened. And crying, had a smile on his face. This is a kid who, I don't want to be that guy and say he came from nothing, but Ghana is not
Very much.
It's not a superpower. They're not a rich country in Africa. And this kid has worked for everything. He has passion. He at one point, actually just earlier this year, he received a call up to play for the Ghana national team for World Cup qualifiers against both Ethiopia and Africa. He turned that invitation down because he doesn't believe he's good enough to be on the team yet.
Jesus.
This is a kid who, humble, phenomenal athlete. He's honestly, I do believe he could be the next U.S. men's national team killer from Ghana. And he just has a love for the game of soccer.
Love to see it.
So Felix Afenia-Guyon, my champ of the week.
My champ of the week will be explained more in depth on the backdoor cover on Friday.
Oh
But I
boy.
will say, my champ of the week, Jacksonville State versus Troy over betters.
I know why now.
Mm-hmm. Because you just snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. And I have no idea how, but we'll get into it more at a later time.
On Friday.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Go ahead.
My chump of the week. It's pretty simple. Officials.
anywhere specific?
Big Ten officials. The officials in the Oregon-Utah game, that game was rough to watch. That wasn't great. The officials from the Ohio State Seton Hall game a couple nights ago.
No reason a college basketball game should take 3 hours.
Took more than 3 hours.
What was it? Damn near 4.
It was close. Or no, it was 2 hours and 57 minutes. It felt like longer. Yeah, no, you're right. It was like 2 hours 57 minutes. No reason it should take that long. They at one point called a foul on some. I can't remember what player it was on for what team in that Ohio State Seton Hall game, but the refs called a foul for a player getting stepped on, getting their foot stepped on.
They just, hey, zebras just want their TV time.
And I've said it several times on this show, because the refs have kind of are starting to make a regular appearance. Officials in general are starting to make a regular appearance for Chump of the Week.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've been so terrible this year. And not just in games that I watch, not just in Ohio State games, or games that I want a certain team to win, whether it be I'm betting on that game or whatever. Pac-12 refs, not just actually the UCLA or UCLA USC game was even, the refs were even worse than the Oregon Utah game. That UCLA USC game, a receiver got clotheslined by a defensive back while he was out running a route. Got flat out fucking clotheslined. And they didn't throw a flag on it. They just said, "Cool, this play's good."
Sounds like the Big Ten.
Fuck. People, refs, we don't watch the game for you guys. We watch the game for the game. Not
just call the things that are fouls, and
whether it be
call the things that aren't.
Yeah, football, basketball, hockey, anything, any sport, soccer. Just call the things that are things.
George Paris.
Yeah. Who's your Chump of the Week?
My Chump of the Week, and it's going to be hard to believe, Isaiah Stewart.
Fair.
So
I know
listen,
why.
I've already said I do not mind the initial reaction to again, not gonna just gone on long enough. Not gonna try and argue intent or not.
I don't think you can.
LeBron James is the only one that knows.
Yeah.
The initial reaction to getting cut open on your face, I
That was
have
fair.
zero issue with.
That was fair, honestly.
No problem with. But I do not like escaping from people that are trying to hold you back, not once, but twice. And then chasing somebody down the tunnel.
We don't know who.
I'm fairly certain it wasn't LeBron, but he chased somebody down
Yeah,
there.
well, I thought I saw somewhere on the internet saying he was chasing after LeBron or something, trying to get to LeBron.
I mean, he was long ejected at that point. I don't think it was LeBron, but he was chasing somebody. You can't do it. Like, there's nobody in sports that acts like that.
That's so bad. That was inexcusable, and that's why he got suspended.
Really is. And look, there's so many Pistons fans that are defending his actions, and I can't. I cannot. There is no reason to chase after, to break free, run over coaches, and do nothing. He didn't even punch anybody. He got restrained again.
And then he broke free again and just
it's not good stuff.
like
I think the guy's young. Hopefully he learns from it. But Isaiah Stewart, current Chump of the Week. I love you, big man. He's a good player for our young Pistons. But
that stuff right there is why he just taken the elbow and had that initial scuffle.
yes,
He wouldn't have gotten suspended.
He probably wouldn't have. And I mean, the only reason he got suspended is just because he ran over everybody.
Because he acted like a fool afterwards.
Right, like he didn't land a punch. He didn't, shove anybody.
He didn't even really throw one.
No, but that's the thing. Is just you gotta be better. Christ, Isaiah, just learn, please. Just mature a little bit. And these Pistons are going somewhere, so you can't do something like that in a big spot. So please, just get better. One for the road. I have a feeling ours is the same.
Yeah, I can't even try and come up with something different.
What else are we gonna try and do? Michigan State, noon.
Akron,
Fox.
Toledo. No.
I thought about just ending the Discord call for a second.
Nope, I can't go anything different. Ohio State, Michigan, noon, Fox, Saturday.
There are plenty of games out there in the world, but this is the game with big implications. So
all of the other games are meaningless Saturday.
Regardless of that, you got some good rivalry games out there.
They're meaningless.
But, in terms of,
I mean, they're not. That's a lie, but
in terms of actual meaningfulness, if that's a word, like this is the one.
Yes.
So Michigan, Ohio State. What can we do?
Yeah, that's it for both. That's me. That's mine too. I can't even say anything else. Like,
I mean, that's what this whole show is based around.
That's what we spent the past almost 4 hours here.
Something else?
Like,
oh yeah. Hey, go watch Clemson and whoever the fuck they were playing. I don't even remember.
Fuck. I don't even think. Yeah, there isn't even like an F1 race this weekend.
Nah.
Like, there's nothing. Ohio State, Michigan, noon, Fox. Watch it. Be there.
Yes. I mean, I won't be there. But
Well, I won't either, but
I'll be
watching it.
I'll be at my grandma's watching the game on TV. That's for sure.
I will be watching it.
Classic Saturday Thanksgiving, right?
Fuck. Ugh. Alrighty. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the show.
Yes.
4 hours and 6 minutes later.
I mean, did we expect this show not to go long? I mean, come on. now they probably will be shorter.
I say, our show actually was going good until we got to the 8 billion games of picks. That kind of killed the pacing.
Well,
Okay. Jordan, well, first off, Thanksgiving is tomorrow, or well, today, technically, depending on what time zone you're in. So we are, this is episode 13, right?
Yep.
We've been able to do this 13 weeks this season. We've been pretty much almost on time every week, except for week 1, where we did that on a Friday.
Before we actually had a real schedule.
Yep. We did one game or one day on a Thursday, then we did half of one on a Thursday because of internet outages.
Yep.
We've missed. I mean, I'm not even really talking about the scheduling itself. But thank you everyone who listens to this podcast on audio or watches this on YouTube or is here with us on Twitch every Wednesday for us to be able to make this a thing.
Yes, sir.
I think I could speak for both of us. We are incredibly thankful that we are able to do this every week, and then do Backdoor Cover on Fridays too.
Yep.
And actually have a platform and an audience.
Stuff.
Because otherwise, I mean, we still do this in our free time. This is our free time usually.
Accurate.
Like, let's call it what it is. This is our free time. So, thank you. Have an incredible Thanksgiving tomorrow, everybody. You can tweet the show. You can tweet me at WerewolfFPS. You can tweet the podcast itself at HD Podcast. You can tweet Jordan at TwitchyNitch or at Motown Rundown _. The show is actually at HD Podcast _. Okay.
I mean, somebody has HD podcast for some inexplicable reason.
Yeah, frustrating reason. And Motown Rundown for whatever reason, just regular Motown Rundown for whatever reason too.
That is a podcast that has not been active since 2017.
Solid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fun stuff.
So we obviously know, like, I'm going to limit the outro here to nothing related to the Michigan-Ohio State game. So.
Fuck. OSU.
Nothing related to Michigan-Ohio State.
Fuck OSU.
Nothing related to Michigan or Ohio State, because I'm not going to say anything. So, nothing related to that game, because we've gotten all of our opinions about it out. All of our everything out today in the past 4 hours.
My final note for the day.
Fuck Dan Snyder.
No.
Oh.
The alphabet has been shorted to 25 letters in Ohio this week.
Yeah.
I love when Ohio State fans miss M's in online things. When they just put X's over everything and they just miss them. Fucking great. I'm just glad Brady Hoke's gone. There's no that team, whatever they fucking call them.
That team down south, probably.
Down south and simply calling them Ohio. I'm glad that's all gone. You guys are Ohio State. You guys are Ohio State, and we want to beat you. That's the case.
Fair.
And then you know there's TTUN and
that's just
Scarlet Letter Week.
That's been the Scarlet Letter Week. It's just because Governor Mike DeWine decided to make that an actual real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm being dead serious. Like, that is a real thing in the state of Ohio.
I know.
That's not just something the fans came up with.
Oh, I know.
Which is actually what's frustrating. If it was something just fun the fans came up with or the school came up with, I would be all for it. But Governor Mike DeWine actually making it a real thing.
Apparently, a Maze Out is a thing now.
Oh, that's unique. I don't know how well it's going to happen since it's going to be like 2 degrees.
I mean, hey, you never know. If I was going to the game, just, thermals underneath.
Saturday. Oh, hey, it's supposed to.
Layers of thermals, to be honest.
Yeah.
And just a maze sitting on top. Let's go. Maze out in a big house.
Yeah. Lastly, though, that's it. Anything else, Jordan?
Go Blue.
Fuck Dan Snyder.
That too. He's
a terrible human being.
That's of least importance. Well, not least importance, but of diminished importance this week. Beat Ohio State. Please, for my sanity, beat Ohio State.
I'm not gonna say anything else. I'm not gonna add anything there. I don't. I have said my piece about Ohio State.
I mean, fair.
I think everyone knows my standing.
Uh-huh. Everyone should know mine by now, so.
I just choose to not voice mine. Personal opinions.
I need Michigan to do a thing. For once. Like, it's been 10 years. Please. Yeah. Hey, 10th anniversary of Denard doing a thing against you guys.
With Brady Hoke as coach.
With Brady Hoke as coach and Luke Fickell as yours.
Yeah. Hey, that could be a bad omen for Luke Fickell this weekend then. Uh-oh.
Hey, maybe.
So, wrap it up now. We've kind of rambled on at the end long enough. Thank you for making this part of your Wednesday night. However you may be listening, wherever you may be listening and or watching from, have a good Thanksgiving. Spend it with family. We will see you guys Friday evening, correct? For Backdoor Cover?
Yes, sir. I will not be home, but I will be on the show. So
Okay, perfect. We will have a show Friday evening for Backdoor Cover. We will see you then. Until then, peace out, stay classy, and see ya.
you know what they say. Bang!
Pew!